The story of conservation is the story of waste and how it can be prevented. From a puff of smoke, throughout our land, the once beautiful forests, such as this, have become scenes of desolation. The timber is gone, and so is the wild game which once was sheltered beneath its shade. Poisonous waste is poured into our rivers, killing the fish and menacing the health of all of us. Rivers have been so polluted by the refuse from our towns and factories that they are often a menace to health. Serve the greatest good for the greatest number of people for the longest time.
Welcome back, everyone. We had a weather delay this morning, so just to let everyone know where we're at, we're still on Committee of the Whole Group 2. Yesterday we had tabled 195 with the intention of taking up 192 first, then going back to 195, and then continuing on and finishing up the committee. Any board questions before we continue? Mr. Wood.
I didn't hear your last question.
I say any board questions before we continue on that clarification?
No, not at all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll start then with 192 for the record, please.
Good morning. For the record, this is Lisa Frothingham, the Assistant Area Manager for Upper Cook Inlet Commercial Fisheries. Proposal 192, 5 AAC 21310 fishing seasons.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Proposal 192 would amend the 1% rule in the upper sub-district set gillnet fishery to apply starting after July 31st instead of after August 7th. This could reduce the set gillnet harvest of all salmon by an unknown amount and result in increased salmon passage to rivers, primarily to the Kenai and Kasilof rivers. This would increase the frequency that either the Kasilof section or Kenai and East Foreland section set gillnet fishing season closed prior to the current closing date of on or before August 15th and would reduce the department's ability to manage for sockeye salmon escapement goals, especially given the recent trend in increased August run entry of Kenai River late run sockeye salmon. This could increase the likelihood of achieving the Kenai River king salmon escapement goal, primarily in years of low abundance. It could also increase the return of coho salmon to the Kenai River and northern Cook Inlet drainages. The department is neutral on this allocated proposal. The department has concerns, however, with restrictions that might impair our ability to meet sockeye salmon escapement objectives in the Kenai and Kasilof rivers, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have 10 proposals that relate to this issue, and they're kind of all over the map. Either, up the percentage, drop the percentage, eliminate the rule, et cetera. One of the things that concerns me on, changing, this regulation is that, the fact that a huge percentage, almost 50% of the reds that enter the system seem to come after the 1st of July. I'm reluctant to, remove from the commercial fleet that opportunity. And consequently, this particular proposal, 192, which would move it back to the 1st of July, I'm not in favor of it at this point. I'd like to keep the date, where it's been, and at a minimum. So those are my thoughts on this.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are several proposals dealing with a set net fishery related to the 1% rule, and they, like was pointed out, go all the way from a total elimination all the way up to 3%. And 3% was just out of the question for me. 2% was something that I didn't feel comfortable with, but perhaps would have considered. But talking to all the parties that were advocating for some percent rule, as opposed to those that want to eliminate it entirely, there seemed to be a consensus if they went back to where it was prior to 2017, which was July 31st, and at the 1% level, that would be acceptable to them. So that is the reason that I suggested 192 be the vehicle rather than some of the others that have been proposed. And I support and will be voting for the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. A question for the department. Is there any information on trends for the coho runs regarding this proposal, that they're starting earlier, later, trending either way?
Mr. Chair, we do not have in-season runtime and information for a coho.
Thank you. (192) for on-time comments, we show in support 2 PCs and in opposition 4 ACs and 2 PCs. Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Hi, for the department question. I'm looking for the coho catch data since the date was extended from July 31st to August 7th. Is that in 186? Can you state for the record what the catch on coho has been in that week?
Mr. Chair, for the record, my name is Brian Marston, Area Manager for Cook Inlet Commercial Fisheries. We can get that information. We don't have it right in front of you, Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been trying to figure out a way to make this all work and be fair to everybody. It's been a struggle. I've been working on it for 2 days and with the staff and with my colleagues and trying to figure out the answer here. And what it all boils down to is that there's very limited data on cohos and their timing, and we have a good idea how the sockeyes come in and stuff like that. So I'm not going to be able to support this date change. I'm liking how it is now. It seems to be working, and if I remember the numbers right, I think 3 out of the last 6 years the 1% rule's kicked in. I'm not sure if that's right or not. Is that correct, Mr. Shields?
Yeah, through the chair to Mr. Jensen, and since 2017, when we went to the new August 7th date that we can begin calculating it, in those 3 years we did not close based on the 1% rule, but we had other issues that affected the fishery, you know, a late sockeye run one year and poor king salmon run last year. But in the previous 3 years, 14, 15, and 16, we closed the Kasilof section in 2 of those years based on the 1% rule of July 31. And in the Kenai East Foreland section, we didn't close during those 3 years on 1%.
Based on the July 31st or the August 7th?
Through the chair to Mr. Jensen, that would have been based on the July 31 timing.
Thank you.
Mr. Payton.
Thank you, and I guess I'd direct more board members to table 179-2. It's on page 131 in your staff comment book. And that shows the reason for closing, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but since 2017, when we changed it and bumped the date ahead later a week, it has not been closed by the 1% rule. Is that correct, staff?
Through the chair, yeah, to Mr. Get your name right here, Israel, Mr. Payton. That's correct. We did not close it. You can see the reason for closing each year there, but no, we did not close on the 1% rule. You're correct.
And then previous to that, when it was on the July 31st date, like Mr. Shields said earlier, it was closed once in 2015 in the Kasilof section, and then you have to go back to 2011. It was closed once on August 7th, and then you have to go back to 2009 to see the closure. So in this chart, it looks like it was closed in all sections only 2 times. Is that correct? It's closed once, 2 times for both sections and once for the Kasilof section, it looks like. From 2005 to 19 chart you have there.
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Payton, I'm looking at a couple different tables, and so referencing what you're looking at, we closed in 2014 on August 4th in the Kasilof section, again on table 179-2 on page 131. And in another chart I have that the reason for that was the 1% rule. In 2015, we closed the Kasilof section on August 10th on 1% rule, and we did not close it in 2016. In the Kenai and East Foreland sections, it was not closed any of those 3 years based on the 1% rule.
Okay, yeah, so what I'm getting at, I think whether how the dates were either before or after, obviously when the board, and I was a minority vote on that, and it was probably it was a split vote, and I'm sure this one will be a split vote, which no matter the way it goes, there was a lot of discussion on it, and the thing is, everyone's worried about, over-exploiting the coho because we don't know, so I, was comfortable leaving as it was 3 years ago, and where I'm going is I'll be in support of 92 to take it back to that, and that might show inconsistency on how the board does business, but I'll be consistent in my vote on this. I thought it was appropriate. I think the in-river users think 2 fish is appropriate, and the in-river users think the 1% rule should be I think, back to the July 31st date. I'm sure commercial users don't want it at all, for sure, but that's where I'm going with this. I'll be in support of this. You know, it didn't make sense back then to not increase a bag limit in river, but to increase on coho but to increase commercial exploitation of coho. And I don't think it makes sense now to do that either. If we're going to increase exploitation, we should increase it allocatively, justly, and moving it back to those dates is my opinion how to do that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Payton. I concur with Mr. Payton based on past board decisions, and that by passing 192 to move the date back, it would potentially eliminate the potential for additional commercial fishing periods after the sockeye numbers have dropped, signifying the end of the run. This does have a sport fish priority as laid out in the management plan for cohos, and this would optimize the fishery. The data gaps that we have, as you heard from the department, is that it's not a well-studied or monitored fishery, but it does have a coho priority. There's an importance of this fishery to the economy of the state as a whole, and the importance of the fishery to the economy of the region and local area in which the fishery is located, and we're specifically talking about moving those coho, as it has a sport fish priority, into the river systems. Further board discussion. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be voting in opposition to this one. I think I supported the August 7th 3 years ago, and I'll be sticking with that. And for the reasons we see in on that table back in page 131, in 2017 they went to the end of the season, and then the next 2 years they were shut down early for reasons other, sockeye and king salmon. So it seems like they get shut down pretty regularly. So I'm going to be supporting, I'm going to be opposing 192, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just, one more argument in favor of, keeping the August 7th date. I know in my fishery, fish don't arrive at where they're headed in a steady stream. Changes in weather or other kinds of conditions, you can miss a tide or two or a day or two. And the changes that can take place from a day or a tide can be significant, and under those circumstances, there'd be a lot of lost opportunity if we enact this rule too early. And I don't think it's right that the commercial fishery take a hit on this and lose opportunity when the amount of fish that are headed for this system under the new SEGs are significant. And given that something like 50% of the fish arrive after the 1st of August, I think we'd be doing we'd be doing a disservice here by moving this date back. I think it's important that we provide that opportunity, and I will not be supporting this proposal.
Mr. Godfrey.
I would echo much of what my colleague just said. I think one of the struggles that the board has, and certainly I have, is implementing new policies and regulations that have an unknown outcome because of a lack of data. And I guess all of us probably apply our own calculus on a given proposal on an ad hoc basis on how to do that when you don't necessarily know the outcome and it's speculative. I do look down to the department comments where the department has concerns with the restrictions that might impair their ability to meet sockeye, salmon, escapement objectives in the Kenai and Kasilof rivers. And of course, we've had a lot of proposals where under the line, under the header, what would be the effect if the proposal were adopted? Just what I'm talking about here is the unknown outcome because of a lack of data, which makes it really hard to make informed decisions. And from my perspective, and I obviously have not been on the board long, it seems to me that there's a great deal of proposals that if there's a detrimental impact to be had, the burden falls in an inequitable manner on the commercial fisheries side of things. And in my perspective, over the last 20 years, the burden has been borne largely by the commercial fisheries. And so, in abundance of error and caution, I would oppose this, although that's because of a lack of data to inform my decision. You know, if that was available right now, I might vote otherwise, but I'll be opposing it for that reason.
Mr. Payton.
Thank you. So I'd like to address some of the comments I heard from board members that are indicating they'll probably oppose this. One was kind of like if the sockeye run is significant, you know, there should be additional opportunity. Well, that's exactly what the 1% rule does. If the sockeye run is significant, it doesn't kick in, and opportunity runs through to the end of the season of August 15th. That's exactly what the 1% rule is designed to do. If sockeye are significant, people will stay and fish them, and the 1% rule doesn't kick in. It's really as simple as this. In 2017, the board thought it was allocatively fair to allocate more coho to the set net fleet by moving this date, and not to allocate anything to in-river users. And by the board's vote here, we will either be reinforcing that more coho should be allocated to the east side set netters, where the department is directed, or the board has directed the department to minimize Kenai coho. So by moving this back to where it was, we would be telling the public that the allocation, you know, shouldn't change in favor, or it did, but if we take no action here, we're basically reinforcing, saying we allocated more coho to the set netters and not to in-river users, and that's appropriate, even though our management plan dictates we should minimize that. So that's what it really boils down to in my eyes.
Mr. Godfrey.
If I could ask Mr. Payton, you know, obviously I lack the historical context. So what was the rationale a couple years ago when this was implemented? Because that would have been relevant back then as well, right? So are you saying the board made a mistake in your judgment?
Well, since I was in the minority vote, yes, obviously I'm saying the board made a mistake.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Thank you. I'm torn on this issue, particularly on the one hand, you know, I do think that harvest opportunity on the sockeyes is important, but Mr. Payton's point on the 1% rule kicking in is well taken, and I'm kind of looking at the actions of the board holistically, and I think consistently what we have tried to do is move coho over the last day or two. And that's why I was very interested on what the catch data was for coho in that particular time frame that we're talking about right now, which is between August 1st and August 7th. So I'm leaning in favor of this proposal because I think that what we've been trying to do is to move those coho, and it just, again, for the umpteenth time underscores the need for that information, for that data on coho. I guess that's my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to add a couple more of my thoughts in the department's comments. It said what would be effective if this proposal were to be adopted, and it would increase the frequency that either the Key Sea Law or the Kenai and East Foreland sections set gillnet fishing season closed. If it increases the frequency, the last 3 years, it was closed 2 times for different reasons. But, so if we increase the frequency, basically, we're just going to close it, period, what it looks like to me. I mean, it doesn't look like we're taking less chance of it opening by changing it. So that's another reason I'm not going to be supporting it, just and listening to my colleagues' conversations. And so with that, I'll close.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Yes, I'll reference in our allocation criteria, we have footnotes that reference the Alaska Supreme Court rule that there's no requirement that the board consider detailed documents establishing exact amounts of money that will be lost or gained in allocative decisions, and directs us back to the allocation criteria. And this is a broad public access issue, in my opinion, in that the Alaska Constitution Common Use Clause was intended to guarantee broad public access to our natural resources, and broad public access is a principle that favors maximizing the number of persons able to participate in a fishery rather than maximizing an individual's opportunities to catch as much fish in as many areas as possible. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, time is money. We have built-in closures for this already. I think there's 2 regular 12-hour fishing periods, which is 24. There's 168 hours in a week. So we've got quite a bit of fish passage. With that being said, I'm not going to go into allocation criteria. You covered that well, Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to note that they're not fishing 24/7. They're only fishing 12 hours on 2 regular periods a week, unless there's an emergency order. So with that being said, there's plenty of time for fish passage, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Mr. Shields.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. To Ms. Carlson Van Dorn, you'd asked a question about coho salmon harvest from the 1st to the 7th. And while we don't have that data, we would like to direct you to data that is in the RC. And it's on our table 133-6, which can be found on page 63, 61 and 63. It's genetics data where they did stock composition estimates of the east side setnet coho harvest. And for Kenai coho, in 2015, for the entire year, it was about 4,600 Kenai coho in all of the east side setnet fishery. And in 16, it was about 5,400. So again, the 2 years there, 46 and 54, maybe around 5,000 coho of Kenai origin in the entire year out of the east side setnet fishery. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Carlson Van Dorn.
Which table were you looking at again? 133-2, did you say?
130, through the chair, Ms. Carlson Van Dorn, 133-6, and it's on page 61 and 63 for those 2 years.
Mr. Jensen.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Shields, the 5,000 number is what the set netters caught? Is that what you're saying in one of those years?
Through the chair, to Mr. Jensen, yeah, so approximately 5,000, the average for those 2 years in the entire east side setnet fishery for the whole year.
What would have been do you have any estimate on what the total run would have been for cohos in that district?
Through the chair to Mr. Jensen, no, we don't assess Kenai coho for the whole year. We did it back in 1999 to 2004. I'm not trying to tell you that coho runs are the same now, but back then it was, 140, 150,000 is what the department came up with then. I'm being careful to say we don't know what the total runs are now, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you.
Mr. Jensen.
Well, Mr. Chair, if this proposal were to be adopted, I don't think it would result in any additional direct costs for the private person to participate. And I don't think any of these, if we do make a change, if we don't make a change, whatever we do is going to be still consistent with the Sustainable Salmon Fisheries Management Policy, and I'll call the question.
Question has been called but not heard. Commissioner.
Yeah, since this was wrapping up, I just want to make sure that the intent of the board here is that, I read the language in the proposals, that if the department determines that less than 1% of the season's total sockeye harvest has been taken per fishing period for 2 consecutive periods. So that's not 2 regular periods. The intent is that these are 2 consecutive periods as we were operating that fishery this year.
Mr. Wood.
This amendment wouldn't change that language. That issue is present today, just like it would be under, if this were to be adopted. So I guess I'm not following your question.
Mr. Payton.
Maybe I'll help provide clarity for myself, and I'll re-ask it. So is what you're asking the department, how is the department interpreting it now? Are they including, when you say additional periods, I assume that means EO periods. So what you're asking, should this percentage calculation be based on regular periods or EO periods? My understanding of how the department was or should be doing it is just a fishing period, whether it's EO or regulation, a fishing period. No stipulation of what kind of period, and also how long the period. Like, I guess you could have a period, and you could EO a period open for 96 hours if you wanted, right? I mean, so I would assume it's based on a 12-hour period, but I don't know. 2 12-hour periods, period.
Through the chair, right now, it is 2 consecutive periods, irregardless of time or area.
So I guess I'll ask the question, does the department need clear direction on what a period is?
I'm telling you, my interpretation of this language is 2 consecutive periods, irrespective of time and area, after I discussed it with law. So that's my interpretation. I just want you to understand, as you vote on this is how I plan to implement this rule.
Okay, that's good discussion. I look forward to hearing what other board members say.
Mr. Shields.
Yeah, through the chair, thank you, and the commissioner's correct. In the set net fishery, our understanding of the 1% rule, I think, has been pretty clear. As you have, and previous boards have told us, it is a fishing period not to exceed 24 hours. So if it's 1 hour in one day, that's a fishing period. If it's 24 hours, that's a fishing period, and it's any time. It's not a regular period. In the set net fishery, this is. We've had some, discussion on drift, how to do it, but in the set net, you pretty much cleared it up. You said any time period fished, but if it's EO, if it's regular period, and it can be 1 hour or up to 24 hours, and that constitutes one fishing period. And then we have to have 2 in a row that are less than 1%. And it's by section. The Kasilof section is treated differently than the Kenai and East Foreland section. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Mr. Payton.
Okay, thanks. That provides clarity to me. So any 2 periods of fishing time from one with a maximum of 24 hours per period. Okay, so the worst or the most liberal scenario would be 2 24-hour periods, and the least one, I doubt you open 1 hour, but I mean maybe 2 6-hour periods. I mean, would that be the kind of the minimum to the maximum?
Through the chair to Mr. Payton, yeah, any part of a day, no more than 24 hours, but yeah, theoretically, if we opened it for 1 minute, that would constitute a fishing period, Mr. Chair.
Okay, does the department need clear regulatory language to do that, or just intent of the board? I guess that'd be commissioner question, or
Mr. Peterson.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, Member Payton. The regulation is clear as written. Right now, and I understand there's been some disagreement in the past, but let me explain what I mean. Currently, the regulation uses the term has been taken per fishing period for 2 consecutive fishing periods. Okay, so that's the first part of it. And then there's another clause further on that says the fishing period is open for regular fishing periods. So what that means is a matter of law is that the board knows there are fishing periods and regular fishing periods. And in this case, the board chose fishing periods to be the unit by which if there is a 1% in 2 consecutive, then the fishing closure occurs. Okay, so as it's currently written, it's clear. If the board wishes it to be different, then the board should make that clear and amend the language, not just intent, but should amend the language to include the words regular fishing period. Because as it's written, it is clear, and they are any fishing periods for the 1% rule.
Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
How often is an EO implemented that is less than a regular period of 12 hours?
Mr. Shields.
Yeah, through the chair to Ms. Carlson Van Dort, very rarely. And then to, if I may, to Mr. Peterson, and I appreciate him clearing this up. The regulation we are speaking to now is 21.310, little B, little III, and I think you might have been speaking to the drift gillnet 1% rule, but I think what we're dealing with now is the set gillnet, so I think they've cleared it up pretty good, but I appreciate you addressing it.
All right.
Mr. Peterson.
Yeah, for clarity, Mr. Chair, I'm talking about the proposal, and that mirrors language in the plan, the plan that Mr. Shields just pointed out, so. Okay.
Thank you. Mr.
I think this clarifies the intent that I read into the proposed language. Thank you.
Question has been called and heard. Errors and omissions, Director Ray Bung.
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Mr. Chair.
Captain Quest?
No, Mr. Chair.
Roll call vote, please, Mr. Haight.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Final action on Proposal 192. Mr. Jensen?
No.
Mr. Godfrey?
No.
Ms. Carlson Van Dort?
Yes.
Mr. Payton?
Yes.
Mr. Wood?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
No.
Mr. Mariski?
Yes.
Proposal 192 carries 4-3, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Haight. I believe as per our discussion this morning, we now move to 195 for the record, please. Mr. Jensen.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to take 195 off the table.
Okay, 195.
Second, that's unanimous consent.
Without objection, 195 is back on the table. Thank you, Mr. Jensen. I believe we already had staff comments, so board discussion. Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. It hasn't been read to the record yet, but I'd make a motion to take no action on it based on the action we took on 192, Mr. Chair.
Second and ask unanimous consent.
Without objection, the board takes no action on Proposal 195.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Jensen.
I have a list of the proposals that would be affected by the action we took on 192. Would it be appropriate to read those to the record and suggest no action on all those proposals in one fell swoop, or is that acceptable?
Does law have a preference if we do them individually or as Mr. Jensen suggested?
No, Mr. Chair. If they're grouped together and it's clear what the intent of the board is in taking them up and taking no action, that's fine.
Mr. Payton.
Yes, I don't have a problem with that, but before we do, I would like to maybe ask staff, there seemed to be, and maybe I misheard it, some less than clear regulatory direction for the 1% rule in the drift fleet. Or did I not hear that correctly?
It's my intent with the drift rule is to follow the guidance that we received with the set net fishery. It's 2 consecutive periods.
Okay, thank you. That's clear to me now, so yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Payton. Mr. Jensen.
Okay, bear with me, I'm not sure if I got all these right. We just took action on 192, and 190, let me go through this as we go through it. 195 is a 1% rule, that'd be one I'd want to include. 194. We just clarified the drift component, I think, so.
Should we take a short stand down and
Sure.
go through this? We'll do that. We'll take a 10-minute break and be back. Thank you. Before we get started here, I'll direct everyone's attention to Proposal 194. Welcome back, everyone. We have 7 of 7 board members present. It is 9:32 a.m. Still on Committee of the Whole, Group 2. Next, we have Proposal 194 for the record, please.
Proposal 194, 5 AAC 21310 fishing seasons and 5 AAC 21353 Central District Drift Gillnet Fishery Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Proposal 194 would amend the 1% rule to a 3% rule beginning August 1st for both the Upper Subdistrict Set Gillnet Fishery and Central District Drift Gillnet Fishery. The new 3% rule would be calculated on sockeye salmon harvest by subdistrict. The department is neutral on this proposal, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson?
Well, I'd suggest we take no action on this based on our previous action on 192.
Mr. Jensen?
Yeah, this one has a drift component in it, and 192 was just that, so I thought this would be appropriate to address the drift portion of it, and then maybe we can continue on from there. And with that being said, I won't be in support of this proposal because it's a 3% rule. I don't like that. That's pretty harsh and pretty restrictive, and along with the department's comments, I won't be supporting this.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Mr. Johnson?
And inasmuch as that suggestion was not a motion, I would proceed, and I share Mr. Jensen's views on this.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Ms. Carlson Van Dort?
Yes, I would agree that 3% on the drift fleet is overly restrictive. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wood?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To me, at least 3% is more vindictive than it is trying to address a legitimate concern. 2% got a little bit more reasonable. I think 1% where we finally landed was the correct level. Thank you.
Mr. Jensen?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I concur with Mr. Wood's assessment. If this proposal, well, first of all, this one doesn't get voted in favor of, it's going to be consistent with how we've been running so far in this meeting, and I think it's a way to go, in my personal opinion. And if this proposal were to be adopted, I don't think it would result in any additional direct cost for the private person to participate, Mr. Chair, and I'll call the question.
Question's been called. Errors and omissions, Director Raybung.
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Mr. Chair.
Captain Quist?
No, Mr. Chair.
Roll call vote, please, Mr. Haight.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Final action on Proposal 194. Mr. Payton?
No.
Mr. Wood?
No.
Mr. Godfrey?
No.
Mr. Mariski?
No.
Mr. Jensen?
No.
Ms. Carlson Van Dort?
No.
Mr. Johnson?
No.
Proposal 194 fails 0-7, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Haight. Proposal 193 for the record, please.
Proposal 193, 5 AAC 21310 fishing seasons.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on 193 based on the action we just took on the previous proposal, which included both set and gillnet and drift gillnet, Mr. Chair.
Second and ask unanimous consent.
Without objection, the board takes no action on Proposal 193. Proposal 186 for the record, please.
Proposal 186, 5 AAC 21310 fishing seasons and 5 AAC 21353 Central District Drift Gillnet Fishery Management Plan.
Mr. Chair, I request no action on this one based on the action we've taken on the previous percentage proposals.
Second and ask unanimous consent.
Without objection, the board takes no action on Proposal 186. Proposal 190 for the record, please.
Mr. Chair, I have 190 and 191 as being very similar. Shall I read them together?
They're both set. Any board objection? Hearing none, please, together.
Proposals 190 and 191, 5 AAC 21310 fishing seasons.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on 190 and 191 based on the action we've taken on the previous proposals in this suite.
Second and ask unanimous consent.
Without objection, the board takes no action on Proposal 190 and 191. Proposal 188 for the record, please.
Mr. Chair, I have proposals 188 and 189 as being identical proposals. Shall I read them together?
Please.
Proposals 188 and 189, 5 AAC 21353, Central District Drift Gillnet Fishery Management Plan.
Move to take no action based on action on the previous proposals, Mr. Chair.
Second and ask unanimous consent.
Without objection, the board takes no action on Proposals 188 and 189. Proposal 187 for the record, please.
Proposal 187, 5 AAC 21353, Central District Drift Gillnet Fishery Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Proposal 187 would eliminate both 1% rules in the Central District Drift Gillnet Fishery and create mandatory area restrictions to drift gillnet areas 1 and 3 from July 24th through August 31st if in-season projections estimate sockeye salmon minimum escapement goals will not be achieved in either the Kenai or Kasilof rivers. This would allow drift gillnet fishing in all of the Central District or in areas 1 and 3 during regular fishing periods from August 16th through August 31st. It would increase the harvest of Kenai River and Northern District coho salmon. The department is neutral on this allocated proposal. The department does not have any new data regarding coho salmon runs or harvest rates, but believes current management is sustainable, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This one had some differences in it, so I thought we should probably read it to the record and discuss it briefly. I won't be in support of this. It's going to affect, if it were put into, or adopted, it would definitely increase the harvest of all salmon in the drift net by an unknown amount and reducing salmon passage into the Kenai, Kasilof, and Susitna rivers. And one of the things we've been trying to do is pass more fish to the north, and this would probably go against what we've been setting up for during this whole meeting here is conservation. So I won't be in support of this, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. I'll reference my prior comments. Mr. Jensen. Ms. Carlson Van Dort. Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, if this proposal were to be adopted, Mr. Chair, I don't believe it would result in the additional direct cost of the private person to participate. And if we, either way we vote on this, it'd still be consistent with the Sustainable Salmon Fisheries Management Policy. And there are probably some allocative implications, but like you said, when you referred to yours, it probably covered it, Mr. Chair. So I'll call the question.
Question has been called. Errors and Omissions, Director Raybung.
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Mr. Chair.
Captain Quist?
No, Mr. Chair.
Roll call vote, please, Mr. Haight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Final action on Proposal 187. Mr. Jensen.
No.
Mr. Godfrey?
No.
Mr. Wood?
No.
Mr. Payton?
No.
Mr. Johnson?
No.
Mr. Mariski?
No?
Ms. Carlson Van Dorn?
No.
Proposal 187 fails, 0-7, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Haight. That concludes deliberations on Committee of the Whole Group 2. We're going to take a 15-minute break and come back and start on our next committee. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We have 7 of 7 board members present, 10:05 a.m. Before we get started, we have a AC award, and we'd like to call forward Mr. Kevin Taylor with the Anchorage AC. Is Mr. Taylor here? Have him come around the side here. So, Mr. Taylor, when the past Anchorage AC chair stepped down unexpectedly, then Vice Chair and head of the Fish Subcommittee, Kevin Taylor, filled the vacancy. His leadership saved the AC valuable time and avoided losing ground during the board cycle. He has applied his broad knowledge in commercial fishing, sport fish, and hunting for 8 years on the AC and runs meetings with efficiency and professionalism. Would you please join me in congratulating Mr. Taylor? Thank you for your service, Mr. Taylor. We're now on Committee of the Whole, Group 3, but before we start, I'd like to ask Mr. Pappas to address the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members of the board and the committee here. I was asked earlier in the meeting to provide a little background, a brief background on the federal subsistence fisheries in the Cook Inlet area, and I'll break it into 2 parts. Basically looking for magnitude, location, and participation is what was asked of me, not the actual mechanics of the fisheries. So we'll split the report in 2. One would be the west side of Cook Inlet, and the other would be basically the Kenai Peninsula. So on the Kenai Peninsula, there are basically 4 dipnet fisheries available and 3 gillnet fisheries available for the federal subsistence users. And the federal subsistence users on the Kenai Peninsula are residents of Hope, Cooper Landing, and Inelchik. And I'll just shoot straight for participation. We had in 2019, we had 349 permits issued. In the dipnet fisheries of the Kenai, there are about 1,600 sockeye harvested. In the dipnet fisheries on the Kasilof, 29 sockeye harvested. In the Kasilof River experimental gillnet fishery, 553 sockeye harvested with 6 pink salmon harvested. And in the Kenai, right at Keystone there at Moose Range Meadows, they're allowed to use a 60-foot net also. That's the residents of Inelchik harvested 2,832 sockeye, 6 coho and 1 pink salmon during that year. For 2018, 368 permits issued. About 1,900 dip net from the Kenai, which the vast majority of those come from the Russian River Falls. People hike in and dip net them there. And then 57 were dip netted out of the Kasilof, and that would be basically up near the boat ramp outlet of Tustamina Lake. 1,716 sockeye from the Kasilof River gillnet fishery and 1,400 from the Kenai River gillnet fishery. In addition, 32 coho, 6 pinks, and they released 2 rainbow trout. And in 2017, 364 permits, 1,928 fish were harvested with the dipnet fishery, and only 16 in the Kasilof from the dipnet fishery. The gillnet fishery, 315 sockeye over in the Kasilof, and the gillnet over there just harvested a few that year. The Kenai River experimental gillnet fishery 3 years ago was 2,169 fish, 12 coho, 11 pink salmon, and a total of 1 chinook. So participation started in 2013, about what you call angler days or fishing days, 160 total, and 2018 most recently, 280 total. So there has been a fairly linear growth. So that's the magnitude, location, participation. And on the west side of Cook Inlet, you'll notice in OSM's comments in RC 24, grouping 234 through 242 together. In a lot of the in-river proposals, we have a very general comment, and that is the federal subsistence fisheries take place upstream of pretty much every other user for these stocks. And if you look up at the Denali National Park and Preserve area or Lake Clark National Park, but for making it very clear, we have not issued any permits or have any recorded harvest from the federal subsistence fisheries on the west side of Cook Inlet. So that's a very simple overview of the number of individuals participating, the harvest they're catching, and where they're catching. That's what I have available for any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Pappas. Any questions? Mr. Payton?
Thank you. Just to make it clear to me and the board, so in that northern part, you're talking the Denali section, which is in the upper reaches of the Yentna River, which is may or may not be where I shot my big moose, but we won't get into that. Very inaccessible, I'll just put it that way. Is that the reason why there's zero participation and zero harvest?
I can't speak for the federally qualified subsistence users on the west side, which would include Tyonek and maybe some other remote areas. I can't speak for them, but that is a long ways to travel for fish if you can catch them down near the mouth.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Before we start the next committee of the whole, we will go over the ground rules that we indicated at our opening remarks and meeting instructions. It is the intent of the board to deal with the merits of the proposals based on general principles used by the board. The board does not deal in personalities. Thus, public testifiers are punished to not refer by name to any person, any staff member, or any board member. We are focused on new information. We are here to gain new information from the public and not to answer questions. Once participants begin repeating themselves, the chair will ask to move to the next proposal. Committees are not a forum for debate nor a platform for repeating information already received through public testimony. And the process is that the chair of the committee will ask the department to read the summary of the proposal, and then they will ask if the proposer is present. If so, they may speak first. If you would like to speak, please raise your hand and be recognized. And please stand and speak directly into the microphone, and please indicate your name and who you represent. The next committee of the whole we have is Group 3, Upper Cook Inlet Subsistence, Personal Use, and Allocation Criteria, a total of 22 proposals, and the chair for that committee is Mr. Payton. I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chairman, and yeah, I'll echo Chairman Mariski's instructions on that. Pretty easy. Just raise your hand, state your name, when you're called on, and say what you'd like for new information. So I view, and I'd like to just make a broad statement of committee of the whole in general moving forward. In an ideal world, I think committee of the whole is where substitute language needs to come out of. This is the time for stakeholders to not just say no, 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 or yes, yes, yes. It's the time to acknowledge different perspectives on the issues, whatever they may be, and offer maybe solutions and come together and pitch ideas to the board on what some substitute language should look like. And if we utilize that a little better, I think it would improve the process moving forward. That being said, the department can start off with the first proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Sam Ivy, Sportfish Area Biologist for Northern Cook Inlet. Proposal 242 would add 2 additional fishing days, Tuesdays and Thursdays per week, to the upper Yentna River subsistence salmon fishery, allowing the fishery to be open 16 hours per day, Mondays through Fridays. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And I don't see anyone in the Mount Yinlo Advisory Committee here, but would anyone like to speak to it? So we have general consensus. Is anyone against this proposal? Speak against it? Or to speak to it? Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, I couldn't really have consensus to support it as is. Our AC looked at it, and we certainly supported the later period, and we were uneasy supporting the king salmon portion, but that was our only objection to it. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Avery.
Thank you, Board.
One thing I would like to say is I would encourage the in-river user groups, subsistence, personal use, the other harvesters of the Upper Cook Inlet salmon to start taking accountability for their harvest, which I'm saying is counts and et cetera. I don't have a problem with this one. I do like when a few people step up and say, we're going to put a limit on it today. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, and that, I'm going to lead the department, ask them some questions on that to address those concerns I heard. The first question would be on Chinook harvest department. What has been the mean average on Chinook harvest? I believe it's in table 24-2. If you could enlighten us on that.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. For Chinook harvest, that's only been allowed in that subsistence fishery since 2018 was the first year. And 16 king salmon were harvested in that year. The fishery was restricted in 2019, and 0 king salmon were harvested in 2019, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And then to address Mr. Avery's thing, I was wondering about recording. What are the recording requirements for that fishery?
Yeah, reporting requirements come directly to the Palmer office when participants in that fishery, I believe there's about an average of 25 or so, and when they fish, then they report to us, and we track that in the Palmer office.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak to this proposal? Any board member? I guess there are no questions, no public. Any questions from board members? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next proposal.
Mr. Chair, Brian Marston, Upper Cook Inlet Commercial Fishery Manager, Proposal 243. This proposal would modify the total allowable harvest of a Tyonek subsistence subdistrict salmon fishing permit to 95 salmon and 10 salmon for each dependent on permit holder, with no more than 70 of the total allowable salmon harvest being king salmon. Mr. Chair.
All right, is anyone from the Tyonek Fish and Game Advisory Committee here? Would anyone like to speak to this proposal? Mr. Anderson.
Dan Anderson, I guess I can finally identify myself as the Homer AC rep again now. The AC talked to it pretty, unfortunately, I was attending the Kodiak Board of Fish when that got took up, so I didn't capture I don't have an audio capture, I just, some notes and some comments. They thought that that upward limit was somewhat excessive, actually quite excessive, like it's maybe too much. And I guess on a personal note, I could reference some of my comments about the animals in the Alaska Zoo from earlier conversation. Hopefully you guys remember that. And that's my sense as an AC member too. I mean, it's somewhat excessive in my opinion. I eat a lot of fish in my household, and lots of fish, believe me. And it just seems like a bit much. Thank you.
Thank you. Andy.
Andy Couch, Matanuska Valley, AC. The advisory committee looked at the statement that if they caught some other fish, maybe they wouldn't take so many king salmon, or they wouldn't take so many king salmon. But then we looked at a harvest, and the most recent harvest we saw, even in a year that was restricted for everybody else, and it may have even been restricted for this group, the most recent harvest we saw, they caught nearly 70 king salmon per permit. So then to say that we're not catching 70 king salmon per permit, so we need more of the others, it seemed interesting at the very least. I'm not looking at our minutes right now, but I believe we just put in that comment, and the fishing period, or the fishing time, seemed to be consistent with harvesting king salmon, but not so consistent, as far as the primary king fishing time with harvesting the other species. I don't think we took a position, but we were concerned about that.
All right, would anyone else like to speak to it? Board member questions for anyone? Seeing none. Oh, sorry. Steve in the back there.
Yeah, Stephen Braun, I'm speaking for myself. No one from Tyonek is here, but I've been to Tyonek for many decades. You all know it's a Dena'ina Athabascan community across on the west side, down in Cook Inlet. They were the people Captain Cook saw when he came up the inlet, were the people on Point Possession and Tyonek. They've been there for 1,000 years, and they're the only Athabascan Indians that are on the saltwater, and they're down there because of beluga and salmon. So I would not compare a non-indigenous person's consumption of salmon or reliance on salmon with the Dena'ina Indians in Tyonek. Thank you.
All right, would anyone else like to speak to that? Yes, Mr. Couch. New information, please.
New information, totally. So in relation to what the last individual spoke about, I would agree 100%. Some folks really eat a lot of fish. So I was up at the Copper, and I talked to a guy that had a wheel up there, and he told me, "Oh, we don't need to catch 500, the subsistence limit per permit," and a lot of people share those fish. That's not just one family's use, but he said, we stopped when we got 250. And I thought, oh my gosh. I said, did you share a lot of that fish? He said, we shared about 3 jars, and that's about all we got left. And that was what they had eaten themselves.
All right, anyone else like to speak to this proposal? Yes, Member Van Dort.
Thank you. So just so I'm clear, part of what this would do would allow those subsistence users to fill their household quota with other species instead of kings. Is that correct?
And yeah, we can get into deliberations, or if Director Olson wants to provide some clarity for stakeholders, committee of the whole, and the board as well. I had the same, kind of questions too. As written, it is a little confusing. But Director Olson, if you'd like to provide some clarity for the public.
Thank you. Yes, through the chair. That's our understanding of what this proposal would do. I'd also see if the Sportfish manager has the same understanding of the intent.
Sam, have you had time to look at what your understanding of the intent is on it? Or actually, which division manages that one? Because Brian actually took a lead on that one, and Sam took a lead on the commercial one. Okay, so Mr. Marston, could you enlighten us in the committee?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I would agree with the director's comments.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Member Van Dorn? Okay. All right, seeing no more questions on that, we can move on to 234.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, Proposal 234 would create a personal use dip net fishery on the Susitna River from July 10 through August 15 on Wednesdays, Saturdays, and Sundays, 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. from department markers located 1 mile downstream from Susitna Station to Bell Island, Alexander Creek Cutoff. Retention of king salmon would be prohibited. Mr. Chairman, on this, there's about 4 other proposals that are similar to this. Would you like me to go through some of the differences in location and timing that are in those, or what would you like to do there, Mr. Chairman?
I think what I'd like to do on this one is we'll start off with 234, let the proposers lead off on that, and then I'm going to allow leeway of basically the PU discussion, and we can kind of talk about all of them. But I would like to go through the individual ones after that to afford stakeholders that put in those individual proposals to speak to the specifics of that. So we'll start off with 234. I think that's where the broad discussion on just PU should be. We'll let that go for a while, and then we can go to the nuances of the other proposals and any new information on that. So that's what I'd prefer. So go ahead, Mr. Couch.
Thank you. I'm Andy Couch, Matanuska Valley AC. I did not write this proposal, but it looks like I'm the only AC person to talk about it, and I can certainly do that. The advisory committee was looking at providing a reasonable opportunity for people to harvest more of the abundant Susitna River salmon stock. And we had some numbers, I don't have the figures with me, but we had some numbers, department numbers, showing numbers of fish returning to the river. Certainly there's concern with sockeye salmon, and the sockeye salmon stock of concern that even if you're lifting that off, there's still concern with sockeye salmon. The attempt was to build a fishery that would be conservative, still offer a decent amount of opportunity. Provisions could be put in, limits, provisions for reporting, if we needed to report, if we need timely reporting on that. We'd kind of leave that up to the department, what they would need for in-season management. The hours that we put in our proposal are certainly not static. Everybody on the advisory committee knows that. The days were choice days, but even those are not necessarily static. The seasons are not necessarily have to be those seasons. What we did when we came up with the seasons is we looked at when fish were available in significant numbers to harvest. And, we kind of wanted to put harvest throughout the run there. I guess the other provision we have in there, you may have noticed, probably most of these proposals have a provision that if you catch a pike in a dip net, you don't put it back in the water alive. From my discussions with the Department of Fish and Game wheel staff, it doesn't sound like they catch too many pike out in the main stem Susitna, but I'm sure some will be taken in this dip net fishery. And that would be an important point that we'd want the board to certainly include, was that we would harvest those pike, or at least not put them back alive.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to the PU proposals? Oh, wow. Let's go to, Big Mike.
Good morning, Mike Crawford, Kenai Soldado Fish and Game Advisory Committee. We had a split vote on this one. The people liked it. The ones that did was to get the people off the Kenai and keep them up in the valley. And then against was, we're taking all these things that are affecting our commercial fisheries to get fish up in the valley, and then we're going to dip net them. And we just thought it was a fully allocated fishery. And we took no action on the other proposals that are similar to this to open up a new personal use fishery in those areas.
Thanks. So I don't have on the cheat sheet here, you said a split vote. What, was it for or against, I guess? I'd like some clarity on that.
We were 3 for, and 11 against. And my minutes that are missing are RC'd in. You'll get those at lunch, I believe.
Thank you. All right. Let's go to Mr. Martin.
Yeah, David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. We oppose this proposal along with the rest of the proposals dealing with this issue. This is a fully allocated fishery. The commercial fisheries and sports fisheries have been restricted to get fish into the river to meet escapement goals. This would just increase those restrictions. Yesterday, there were some severe restrictions put on the drift fleet, and they really can't stand any more restrictions, not even the ones that was put on. People do have a reasonable opportunity to harvest fish in the Susitna drainage. I mentioned before in the reg book, there's always some place to fish. There's thousands plus streams up in that area. The current
Mr. Martin, you did say you referenced that before, so we're looking for new information, please.
Yes, but if I don't read it now, it doesn't seem to get into the record when you're deliberating. You just have the AC's votes, and that's it, opposed or whatever. I sat here when you're in deliberations and you say, well, in the committee there was only one person against it or something. So I'm against it personally, and as the AC, that'll do further restrictions on an already restricted commercial fishery and to a sports fishery to some extent. And the restrictions on the commercial fishery are in the Northern District set netters through the month of July and August, and also on the commercial fishery in the drift fleet and the beach for the month of July and August to move fish forward on there on this fully allocated fishery, and to put another new fishery on top of this is kind of pouring salt in the wound on all this conservation measures to move fish forward strictly for allocation purposes. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I had a question of that witness.
Oh, sorry about that. Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Mr. Martin, you say it's fully allocated. Are you referring to the pinks and chums?
No, we don't fish the pinks and chums.
I understand that. That's why your statement was a little confusing to me.
But we do fish the reds, the sockeyes, and we fish all the species. We would fish the pinks and chums if the management plans allowed us to fish the pinks and chums, and along with the other species of salmon. We would utilize all the species, but under the regulations and management plans that the board has put in place and the department implements throughout the years, it prevents us from harvesting the surplus of these stocks. So when we're restricted in the commercial fisheries and we're going to open up a new fisheries, yeah, it is fully utilized under the regulations that we have that regulates our fisheries and harvest.
Okay, because I was curious. Last year we had pinks you could walk on their backs across the creeks on. There was so many of them up in that area.
Correct, and we were not allowed to harvest them in the commercial fishing industry.
Okay, thank you.
Along with every other year.
Thanks. I have a question for you, Dave, while you have the mic.
Sure.
We hear a lot of this fully allocated, it's fully allocated, and the department says that too. So what's your perspective? I understand, I think, what you mean by fully allocated. I guess the question to you, from your perspective, does the board have the power, discretion, and direction to shift allocation within a fully allocated fishery?
So, the board has allocation authority, but not to the detriment of the resource and the harvestable surplus going to waste under the Constitution and Magnuson-Stevens and another federal law. The board does not have the authority to waste resource and not harvest it for maximum sustained yield, and that's what's happening in these management plans that we're currently under.
Thank you.
We're not harvesting for maximum sustained yield. We don't have management plans for maximum sustained yield, and therefore we have a lot of resources going to waste.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson, thanks for being patient.
No problem. You're steering the ship here. And I'm fine with that, just as long as you can get on the wrong side of the can buoy, okay? Dan Anderson, speaking for myself.
And new information, if you can.
Yeah, it will be.
Read your votes.
It will be. Yeah. We haven't touched on habitat. Everybody knows about what's going on in other PU fisheries. There's been studies and comments about turbidity in rivers, riverbank degradation. all them things, having me come from a fishery in my earlier life that completely went away, that's pretty painful. And there are numerous habitat issues in them drainages upriver. And we all have talked and we all acknowledge that they do exist. So in order to prosecute this fishery, I think it would be absolutely impossible to not have stack on that, pile on it, as Mr. Godfrey is related to, and a couple other things, pile on that part of it. And why would we do that as human beings when we know everything is so sensitive? I think it's just a bad idea. Just on that premise alone, the habitat. Anyway, I think I'll leave it at that, although I know I got more thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for bringing up turbidity. Is there anyone in the department could explain maybe the Susitna River and turbidity associated with it? I'll let Mr. Delaney have a shot at it.
Kevin Delaney. First, I want to give you the Kenai River sport fishing position because that's my job. We're in support of this. We look at the permit returns for the personal use fisheries on the Kenai Peninsula and look at the origin resident of the state residents that come down and participate. And there's a very significant number of people from the Matanuska-Susitna Valley that drive their trucks down, pulling their boats and fish in the Kenai. And they probably still will, but this is another option for them. That's a CRISA position. If you allow, Kevin Delaney has spent 45 years riverboating the Susitna-Yentna from top to bottom in every kind of boat, from a sport canoe to a inboard, outboard. I've also had the opportunity in the early 80s as part of the Sioux Hydro project to look for the sites to put our fish wheels and to drag our nets to do apportionment studies. And I know this country really well. It's exciting to me to work with you to try to provide opportunity here, because there is opportunity here. Now, about the species and about the location and the quality, yeah, there's a lot of pinks and chums all over the Susitna drainage, but most of the places people can effectively fish for them are upstream further. I have a place in Talkeetna, that's 100 miles up the Susitna, and I fly fish for chum salmon in the Talkeetna River. They're already pretty well turned by that time, but those chums that you are going to hit down at the Susitna-Yentna confluence, that's going to be high-quality fish. Same thing with the pinks. By the time they get in the Deshka, especially on a year the temperature's warm, well, you're probably not going to want to keep them. But down there, they're only a couple days in from salt water, and they're a heck of a lot better fish, quality-wise. Yeah, there's concerns over harvest of sockeye and coho. I share those concerns. But as a former manager, I can't imagine that you can't figure out some apportionment within a seasonal limit there. There is a tremendous opportunity here for folks from the Mat-Su with boats to go down into that confluence area of the Susitna-Yentna and fish for extremely high-quality salmon that are available for harvest. And I look forward to working with you on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Godfrey. I'll defer to the Commissioner.
I didn't see anybody else jumping up from the department. I, too, started my career in the Susitna, and with regard to turbidity, that is a highly turbid glacial river in the area where you're talking about, and I'm not really concerned about foot traffic increasing turbidity in that area.
Thank you. Member Godfrey.
This question is going to be for Dan or Dave. I just need clarity on your comments, so I'm just going to dumb it down and try to distill what I think one of you or both of you are saying, and then just tell me if I'm getting it, okay? When you're saying fully allocated, your concern here with this proposal would be that you're creating a fishery that doesn't exist, so you're taking it from somewhere, something else. Obviously, upriver will be impacted, but in times of restrictions or deficit, if you will, in that fishery, downstream, way downstream, will also be restricted in the form of the commercial fishing opportunities, and that's your concern? And either of you, that's all I needed to know.
We'll go to Mr. Anderson on that one. Or, sorry, no, Dave Rose raised his hand first. Mr. Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. Yeah, if I understand your question right, if you've got a fishery that is restricted to get fish up into a system because of concerns of whatever measure, and you're foregoing the harvest, and then all of a sudden you turn around and say, oh, well, we can have a new type of fishery, prosecute on this when we were trying to save fish to move them through in the further restrictions. That's a snowball that'll keep snowballing, and the first restricted fishery will never get any restrictions off no matter what savings they do because it's incorporated into another new fisheries harvest. So it's a slow elimination of the commercial fishery in what we see it, because you'll never get to that point when you develop another new fishery. And we do have concerns about the habitat issues. We see the habitat on the Kenai River with the dip net fishery there that was started out just on over-escapement to stop the over-escapement in, and it was not supposed to be boats, and we've seen the boats on that river, sometimes 500-600 in a day, and the city has actually had to incorporate at high water when the tide's in a no wake speed because it was eroding the banks in the tune of, you know, it's black soil, it's nothing to hold it in there. So we've seen a lot of that boat wake turbidity and erosion that goes on there, and once it's gone, you can't put it back. So, yeah, there is a concern with that. But to answer your question, hopefully I answered your question.
Yeah, that helps. Thank you.
All right, we'll go to Mr. Neal. And any new information you'd like to say?
My name's Neil DeWitt. I'm here representing myself, but I am a member of the Anchorage and the Matt Valley ACs. The information that you guys have, and I'm using a word I hate to use here, is may or may not reflect what the ACs and my position was. I had a knee operation for the last 2 months. I have not attended any meetings at all of subcommittees or regular meetings, and that's what I'd like to say on that. My position, as I stated during my public testimony, I support all these new fisheries. It would take the pressure off of the Kenai. It would help, you know, for safety purposes, people up in this area trying to run down there to do some dip netting. So with that being said, I won't take up any more of your time, but thank you.
Thank you. I saw a gentleman in his back with his hand raised. Stand up, sir. It's hard to see. Go ahead. Yeah.
New information. I got a little different.
State your name, please, for the
Gary
record.
Diamond.
Okay.
Setnetter. And, you know, I think it's great that they could go in their backyard and dip net. That's one thing. But when it all came down there, I got a different way to explain it. It's like letting a monster out of the closet. The place got tore apart for years. The Kasilof and Kenai, it took like years, probably more than 10 years. I mean, there wasn't parking lots enough for the people. All the trash got left behind, all the fish carcasses. I mean, the place literally got tore apart. And, you know, they created the fishery on one hand and didn't do nothing on the other hand. Then the city had to take care of it. But if you guys do want that fishery, it was a monster out of the closet. It literally tore the place apart for more than 10 years, and probably 15 years. It cost thousands of dollars. There wasn't places for people to park. There wasn't garbage facilities. There was no way to clean it up. It was a disaster for a long, long time. They just hope you're ready for that. If you want that up there, that's what you'll get.
Mr. Shadura.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like the board to refer to
5 AEC 77013. And if you may, there presently are areas of the state which harvestable surpluses of fish in excess of both spawning escapement needs and present levels of subsistence, commercial, and sport uses. On the Kenai River, as an example, many years back, it was identified that there was stock surplus to the current users. And so therefore, we have a thriving PU fishery on the Kenai River. And it is a healthy one, and it's sustaining the levels necessary. But it is the intent of the board that taking of the fish under 5 AC 7-7 will be allowed when that taking does not jeopardize the sustained yield of a resource and either does not negatively impact an existing resource use or is in the broad public interest. And you do have a criteria established also within the personal use regs. So I just say that as guidance. So do we know enough information about those stocks that would be targeted on by the PU fishery? Do we have enough information? Do we have enough information on pink salmon? Is there surplus stocks there? And if there is, why aren't they being utilized by other users? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shador. That was good to point out. That is good guidance for the board, and I agree with you on that. Yes, Monty. New information.
Monty Roberts. Yeah, I just support the concept of a dip net fishery. It's a fairly clean fishery in very turbid water where a sport fishery is not super effective. It's a way that you can selectively harvest if you have an excess of chum or pink. And if you've got a sockeye concern, you can roll those out of the net with a little bit of efficiency. So I support this in that kind of an environment.
Thank you. We'll go to, Trevor. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Payton, through the chair.
State your name, please.
Trevor Rollman. I'm a Northern District Senator. I speak for myself. I can share concerns about riparian zone degradation. Definitely, in the Kenai dip net fishery, everybody's down on the beach at the mouth. There's the trash and all that, but you're not messing with riparian zones. I'm afraid that's a concern on the Susitna for me. Maybe if they were to make dipping boardwalks or something like that, like up on the Kenai there in Soldotna, they've got those boardwalks, those cast iron or galvanized things that people can stand there and sport fish from. I mean, you want to make some of those along the Susitna, I think that's a good idea. I know it's a big expense, but I mean, if we want to open up a new fishery, we got to consider these things. My last thing I have written down here doesn't mean something else won't come to mind, but I don't know, you guys have fished. If you've fished, you know how difficult it is to tell a fresh chum from a fresh red. So the idea of rolling a red out of the net, come on. I've fished Nushagak for ever, and bringing in new deckhands, one of the hardest things to do is get them to tell the difference between a red and a chum. When you got a bright chum and a bright red, they're the most difficult fish to tell apart. Some of them don't even have the silver in the tail yet. The brighter they are, the more difficult it is. So, let's go catch a bunch of chums. It's a great idea. How are you gonna, and then along with that is, what are the reporting requirements gonna be, for the department? How is your average Joe gonna tell the department how many chums and how many reds they caught? And then in their mind, right, if there's any doubt, they're all chums because they know, if they're thinking about it, that if they're catching a bunch of reds, that's bad, right? So every fish I catch is a chum and it doesn't matter. So I think that chum red, telling the difference between the two, and then just the accurate reporting is a big concern to be taken on this one. I don't know if there could be check stations, at Deshka landings for a department guy to be there every day to run your fish by him, and he tells what kind they are when you're bringing them back. Just ideas, but I think that's something to really be considered.
Thank you. And then try to roll people back on point, kind of, and it might just be a misunderstanding or people never being up there, but, comparing it to the Kenai, it's a different part of the state, different river, different access. It's, so just keep that in mind and maybe stick to kind of some of the nuances of creating maybe some substitute language out of some proposals. Mac, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Mac Menard with the Matanuska Susitna Fish and Wildlife Commission. We looked at this proposal, had quite a bit of discussion, and it's somewhat unfortunate. I'd encourage people with on-site experience to speak up, but I did spend a fair amount of time, thousands of miles, 13 drums of gasoline, running this river during the Sioux Hydro program, and somewhat familiar with this area, which is specifically that area above Bell Island to Sioux Station. It's, if I got it right, about 6 or 8 miles. It's a relatively easy place to conduct an enforcement operation. It would have relatively good access, approximately an hour boat time. And it's, if you were to pick a place to have foot traffic and execute a fishery like this, it would be just about perfect. It isn't the Kenai, it is different, and could sustain that. So I think there are people that'll be either attending later. I'm thinking of Mr. Woods, Mike Woods, who will be able to offer some more information on that. And I would also encourage you to look at it in terms of time, so that we are in fact targeting pinks and chums. That was the discussions that we had. We have done a tremendous amount of work collectively. There's been a lot of sacrifices made on sockeye. That's not the intent, at least from our point of view. And some minimal level of opportunity, a couple days a week, pick a, whether it's a weekend or a weekday, but some measure of opportunity to experiment with this thing. It wouldn't be out of line to require same-day reporting. It is entirely possible to do, and we'd have some mechanisms to try it. So I would strongly encourage you to look at the surpluses that we talked about yesterday at length, chums and pinks, and we were frustrated that we couldn't afford some opportunity on them. Well, this actually is a pretty good place to try some of that opportunity and certainly work on some harvestable surpluses of fish. So with that, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, a lot of hands are up. We'll go to Howard since he's closest. And yeah, new information, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name's Howard Delo. I'm vice chair of the Susitna Borough Fish and Wildlife Commission. We discussed this whole fleet of personal use proposals in relatively good depth. And at the time we were discussing them, the concerns over Susitna stock of concern on sockeye was voiced. Do we want to start a fishery on a stock of concern? We also were concerned about having enough fish, since we're already way down on the power curve on getting our returns. We discussed times, we discussed areas in general, we discussed bag limits, on and on and on. And as far as your comment about comparing to the Kenai, you're exactly right. Access into this area will be by boat or airplane. Or if you want to take a really, really long walk, you can't drive to it. So that's going to be a restriction in and of itself. We voted to support the concept of a personal use fishery in the Susitna River. We didn't specifically point to a particular proposal. We figured that would be best determined at the board meeting as facts came in, and we didn't know what was going to happen with the stock of concern status. We didn't know whether our proposal 133 would pass. And since both of those things have happened, we're a lot more comfortable with the idea that, yes, there will be fish. There was discussion of limiting it to pinks and chums. We didn't adopt that approach. Again, we want to let the board determine what they want to do. And then as far as the habitat, I would agree with the commissioner. In my experience with the access program and sport fish when I was working, one naturally occurring high water event in the river will do more, make more change, I'm not going to say damage, will make more change than 5 seasons worth of boats running up and down the river. So that's not a real big concern. And I think I'll probably leave it there, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Howard. Mr. McCombs, did you have your hand up earlier?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I sit here and listen to hours and hours of there's no fish in the Northern District, and we have to cut the drifters, and we have to restrict them, and you pretty much did a good job of that the last couple days. And so if you got enough fish in the Northern District to prosecute a PU fishery, I'd like to see open area too. And I guess the only good thing I can say about this proposal is that you get to retain pike.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Yes, lady right up front here. Sorry.
Thank you all.
Could you state your name?
My name is Catherine Cassidy, and I'm speaking as a resident of Kasilof, Alaska, where I've lived for 33 years. I've been closely observing the Kasilof River dipnet fishery since day one.
Do you have new information for the Susitna dipnet fishery?
I want to describe what you can expect when you open a dipnet fishery. Hordes and hordes of people show up with all of their ORVs, ATVs, campers, and it also comes with a sense of entitlement that influences users' behavior when faced with any obstacles or to their goals of dipping free salmon out of the water. And that includes species discrimination. We see the problem if there's a peer pressure on Kasilof River dippers to turn loose kings when they're not allowed to keep them, and that doesn't even work. I mean, people will keep what they want, partly because there's very little enforcement. If the fishery occurs outside of an incorporated city like Kenai, no government agency whatsoever will take responsibility for policing the chaos. In Kasilof, community volunteers had to scrounge up fencing and volunteer labor to erect over a mile of fencing to keep dip netters from invading critical estuarine wetlands with their vehicles. The state finally did build a parking lot at the Kasilof River.
Ma'am, those might be appropriate from the proposals that deal with Kasilof fisheries, so I would really like to focus on the proposals at hand here. Not to cut you off, but you'll have a chance on some Kasilof stuff later on if that's what you'd like to talk to. So if you could summarize, please.
Summarize, as Mike Crawford referred to, in my own interest, I should encourage the development of dipnet fisheries in the Mat-Su to help bleed off the hordes that are coming down to Kasilof. But I wouldn't wish this nightmare on any community or fishery. Thank you.
All right, yes, gentlemen, go ahead.
For the record, Dan Billman, personal testimony. You asked for alternate language. Something to consider is if I do not support this fishery, okay, but if the board decides to move forward, may I suggest that you add a sunset clause to it, to the next board cycle, with the caveat in the sunset clause that the data be gathered to see if the correct fish are being caught, how it's being prosecuted, are the good things happening or the bad things happening. Personally, I see this as a super exclusive fishery. You have to have a boat or pay for a boat to get there. It's not going to be the normal Joe in the street that's trying to feed his wife and 2 kids because he can't afford a boat. And second, personal experience during, back when there was a Fish Creek commercial fishery in Connect Arm, there was also a dipnet fishery, and at low tide we'd walk up and watch the dip netters while our boats were dry, watch them dip. And pretty much in everybody's bag limit they were keeping silvers which at that time they could not in that fishery. And the reason is many people just innocently cannot tell the difference between the different species of fish. And because this is a mixed stock fishery, you're going to have that problem. Innocent people doing it with good intentions, because it's exciting to catch a fish and you don't want to turn it loose, especially if all you're catching are reds and you're not supposed to keep them. So thank you for that consideration.
Thank you. That was some new information I hadn't heard before about the sunset clause. Looks like we're kind of wrapping up here on this proposal. So I see some new hands. Hang on, let me go to two new hands. Back. Mr. Wood. Yeah, you haven't spoke yet.
Hello, Mike Wood. I guess I'll speak on behalf of, myself because of how much time I go down there, I guess. So what I want to say is that I cautiously support these proposals. And the reason why I support them is I think there is a huge amount of to be gained from having a new user voice on the river. I think getting people to be able to fish in their backyard, giving them the opportunity to catch fish out of their backyard is really important. It gives them a sense of where their food comes from, and in the end, I want to make sure that that food keeps coming back. Now, that being said, I think the Kenai River is a model of where this could potentially end up going, and so that's why my extreme caution. Perhaps this proposal is 3 years too early, but I like people that look into the future. I think that's cool. I think if this fishery was done with a limited number of days, with perhaps a cap on the number of fish, that might be helpful. I think due to the complete lack of science on the Susitna River, that also presents a problem, and hopefully people will start getting a picture that we need to throw some dollars at some science on the Sioux. I just want to say, in 2014, I traveled this stretch of river from Nadeshka Landing down to the mouth of the river. That's 50 miles, 53 miles to my camp. I did it 30 times. That's a basically 3,000-mile round trip in one season that I traveled down there. I saw nobody. I saw a few bear hunters early on, but there's nobody. The year after that, I did it 20 times. I saw nobody. One guy one day went down into the Alexander Creek mouths. There's 5 of those. Now I do it probably 12 times a year on average with a heavy boat, 200 horsepower prop. See nobody. There's no cell phone coverage. After the earthquake, the sides of the river were literally coming into the banks were slipped into the river. There's trees now. I think the biggest problem is that it is, and probably what'll save it is that it is so remote and so wide. And that being said, I think with caution, getting some science up there, limiting to the number of days that people are actually allowed to fish, and potentially the limit the amount of fish, this is something that deserves a chance. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's wrap this up, and we'll go to Steve, and then we'll close with Andy, and then we're going to read through some other ones.
Thank you. Steve Braun speaking on behalf of myself. We heard there's going to be the bright chums, and they're good chums when they're bright, and that's one of the purposes of where it was located. There's also sockeye concerns. So I would recommend open a pink and chum fishery. Keep track, have someone there to monitor that, and maybe put a percentage cap for sockeye harvested when the fishery stops. So just call it a pink and chum personal use fishery. Make sure someone's in attendance. We heard it was a small stretch of river. Make sure, educate the people how to tell the difference, because it's very hard at that when they're bright, and put a percentage cap for sockeye.
All right, thank you. We're going to close this proposal out with the proposer, Andy.
Andy Couch, Matanuska Valley AC. So I heard some questions there that I'd kind of like to answer, kind of some new information here. This was old information, but this was RC 33 that showed what the harvest by in-river users is of sockeye salmon. It's 4% at present. And part of the reason for it being so low, and especially for how low the sport harvest is on the Susitna, is that the Susitna, the native, in one of the native dialects, Susitna means sand river, and it is very turbid. And you can't catch those sockeye unless you, I suppose you could kind of snag them like you do on the, drift it into their mouths. But people aren't doing that along the Susitna. They fish the clear tributaries. So anyway, that's part of the reason that there isn't much harvest. As to allocation, this resource is not fully allocated at this point. And I say that because the board passed 133, and that was with thought that all northern users would share in the harvest. And those fish from 133 have not been allocated to any fishery yet. Sure, some of them will be taken in the commercial fishery, some of them will be taken in the sport fishery, in subsistence fisheries, but there's going to be more fish that are going to be swimming upriver in excess to escapement goals that could be harvested. So there is some fish available that have not been allocated, unless you want to say to northern users. What do we need to provide a reasonable opportunity for all users? I think that's a key concept. One of the people at this meeting told me that as a sport fishing guide, that I could be given up some allocation to a new fishery. I agree, he is correct, I could be. But according to the Alaska Constitution, all users are common users, so everybody should be allowed an opportunity to participate. Concerning identifying salmon, I agree with the comments that were said, 100%. The last guy that told you about driving up and down the river so much, he's a commercial operator, and he says even down off the mouth of the river, down in the inlet, his operation has trouble telling the difference between sockeye and chums. Earlier in my life, I worked at a fish processing plant. Guess what? In the commercial fishery, some fish were misidentified. Pulled them out of the totes, and they weren't the right ones. So yes, I think that will be an issue. I think when you go about developing limits, that you consider that there are going to be some fish that are misidentified. So we should try and make it such a regulation that we're not going to be prosecuting an innocent mistake.
Thank you. All right, does the board need a break? Or you want to get through the PU things? Keep going? All right, next one for the record, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Proposal 238, following the roadmap, would create a personal use salmon dip net fishery on the Susitna River for 4 consecutive 3-day weekends beginning the second weekend of July, 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. from department markers located half-mile upstream of the confluence of the Yentna and Susitna Rivers, downstream to markers located at the northernmost portion of Bell Island. Retention of king salmon would be prohibited, and northern pike may be retained but not be returned to the water live, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Does anyone, this was 238. Is anyone here from the South Central Alaska Dip Netters Association? Okay, seeing none. Does anyone have any new information specific to this proposal and not just the broad concept? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next one, please.
Mr. Chairman, Proposal 235 would create a personal use dip net fishery on the Susitna from July 10 through August 31, 7 days per week, 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. from markers located at the confluence of the Yentna and Susitna rivers downstream to the power line crossing the Susitna. Retention of king salmon greater than 28 inches in length would be prohibited, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And is the proposer in the room on 235? Yes. Christine, go ahead.
My name is Chris Oganowski, and I put this forth as an opportunity for dip netting. However, Chairman Payton, I believe that with some of the testimony that I've heard, I could possibly withdraw this and put my support towards 234.
Okay, thank you. More conservative approach then from what you're hearing? Okay. Kind of why you would withdraw it?
Yes, it would. I agree with maybe the more limited times, and I also would add that if the board needed more information, what's being caught at the towards the mouth of the Susitna, then we would be able to give them that information, whether we release sockeye or whatever we catch, and I believe that we could be able to report every day.
All right.
If they need so.
Okay, cool. Thank you. All right. Any other people like to speak to that proposal specifically, not the broad concept? Okay, seeing none. Next proposal, please.
Mr. Chairman, Proposal 237 would create a personal use dip net fishery on the Susitna from July 14 until emergency order closure of the Northern District set fishery, 7 days per week, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. from department markers located on the northwest bank of the confluence of the Yentna and Susitna rivers downstream to the Susitna River terminus with Cook Inlet, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Is the proposer in the room? Not seeing any hands. Anyone specific, the nuances of this proposal like to speak to it? Go ahead, Mr. Couch.
So this proposal would have shorter days and longer or shorter hours of fishing per day, and one more day, I believe, than the 234, and just a general concept, new information about all these proposals. The commercial fishery is managed off of weirs, and those are post-season management. And we've been talking this meeting about going to more of a terminal-type management. Now, the commercial fisheries that are managed off of these weirs are miles and miles away. As your fishing area moves up, the timeline between the fishery and when the fish get to the weir decreases significantly. So this concept of this in-river fishery is it's certainly more timely than the way we're managing with the commercial fisheries. And I'm just trying to provide some thoughts on how we can provide this fishery. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Shadura.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Trying to give you some new information. So relative to that regulation I read, there was also a intent language as it listed. And one of them, for the PU fisheries at all, are based at the fact that urban users are not, do not have the opportunity of a subsistence fishery. There is a subsistence fishery on the Susitna drainage, I believe. And so I would just ask the board to consider both the intent language and the fact you do have a subsistence fishery. The other question, because of the remote nature, and I will go back to the Kenai because we know what that's like on the enforceability issue. If it's in a remote situation and it's prosecuted several days in the Susitna, I would be concerned. Troopers in the Kenai area frequently are told not to spend more than an hour at a time, because for every hour they spend there, they write so many violations that it takes them 5 more hours of work. So it's a question of budget, how much, so they, in fact, stay away from the facility situation. And so there's about a 20 or 25% compliancy on the personal use permit. That means that people don't return their permits. And so I'm just worried about having a good handle on this to make it an enforceable fishery, and that there's stability, ways to react to it in a proper amount of time. If those things were in place, and we had some strong biological information that will help us deal in season if a situation arises, I'm worried about that. And of course, number 3 on this is, as we allocate away from the commercial fisheries, what we come into the constitutional article about commercial fishery entry and the limitations to entry commission, and the reason was economic viability. So it seems like a small amount, but you keep chipping away at that block. I just want to bring to the attention of the board, you are coming back into a situation where you are taking that particular stability away from the economy, and I don't know how that balances. I really don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Next proposal, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Proposal 236 would create a personal use dip net fishery on the Susitna River from July 10 through August 10 on Tuesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays, and Sundays from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. The department marker is located on the northwest bank of the confluence of the Yentna and Susitna River, downstream to markers located at the Alexander Creek cutoff channels at the top of Bell Island on the west bank, and an ADF&G regulatory marker located downstream of the Susitna Station side channel on the east bank. Retention of king salmon greater than 28 inches in length would be prohibited. Northern pike may be retained but may not be released alive, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Is Freddie Steer in the audience? Would anyone else like to speak to the specific proposal? Okay, we'll go Dave and then Andy, and just clear, concise, new information to the specific stipulations in the proposal, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. We dealt with these in a slate. They all kind of encompassing. One of the issues means this is a remote site. It's a new fishery. It'll probably become a high percentage of guiding fishery in there. Is that a guiding fishery going to be allowed? It's one of the questions. Is this going to create a snowball effect where if this dip net fishery is approved, which area next in the Susitna drainage is going to be requesting a dip net fishery? And if that's the case, then a lot that's been mentioned on the examples of the Kenai and Kasilof dip net fishery would encompass into those areas. Real quick on that, besides what's been mentioned, the fencing into the dunes area, a lot of that's been behind the dunes.
Mr. Martin, if we could speak to the Susitna, not the dunes on the Kenai Peninsula, that'd be great.
It's all encompassing on the dip net fishery and the ramifications that could come about from it, and any information to address the issues that could incorporate in there would be pertinent, and the snowball effect of it. We've seen in past history of one fishery opens and another one's going to open and on down the line. We are in favor of pothole fisheries like the Clutina tail race. You got put and take fisheries on places that don't destroy habitat. Further up in the Nick Arm, there's gravel places up there. You can do something like that to experiment to get, this is all about getting more utilization and opportunity to fishermen. That's what we're talking about. And substitute language. Our AC can't substitute language when we're against the concept to start with from the issues mentioned with the commercials being restricted and further closed. So
Thank you.
just something to consider. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else want to close this one out? Andy, real quick.
So just in response to a few comments I heard, and not necessarily specific to this proposal, but we used to have a subsistence fishery in northern Cook Inlet up at the end of in the start of Kinnick Arm. It was a gill net fishery. And we changed away from that, and we came up with these issues, or these areas that we called non-subsistence areas, because under that fishery, we were harvesting too many fish. There's too many users to harvest fish that way. So there is a subsistence fishery precedent in the area that isn't present now. And then talking to personal use subsistence, this area in its entirety that's proposed to be a personal use area under the game management units, it is a subsistence area. So these proposals could have all been put in. You would have had to look for direction from the subsistence division for determination of a subsistence area for fishing, but it's certainly in a subsistence area. So these could be put in as subsistence proposals, and there are people that live just up the Yentna River, and it's a station, and at Alexander Creek, and even down the side channel below Susitna Station.
Thanks, Andy. Yep. Yeah, and that's a good point to raise. This isn't a subsistence area, and the board can find a C&T on it at this meeting and run forward with these subsistence-wise too. So that is an option if the board sees fit to do that. Next proposal, please.
Mr. Chair, for the record, Colton Lipka, Northern Kenai Peninsula Sportfish Area Manager. Proposal 173 would establish an annual harvest quota of 150,000 sockeye salmon and reduce the annual household limit for the Kenai River personal use dip net fishery until the sockeye salmon run is projected to exceed 4.6 million fish, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Is the proposer in the room on this one? Would anyone else like to speak to it? Yes, Mr. Martin.
That was quick. Yes, David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. Yeah, we supported this proposal to give some stability into the fishery and to prevent some of the waste that we've heard about, you know, through the springtime. You clean your freezer out. The current limit is actually above what the subsistence findings was for the subsistence needs, so it just kind of takes it back into more of a reality issue. We've talked to many anecdotal information on people on the river. You kind of down there and you start fishing, and it's hard to quit when you are getting a lot of fish. It's kind of a feeding type frenzy, and you say, well, what are you going to do with all this fish? And, well, I don't know, but it was fun. It was hard to quit. They were doing good. So this just puts a little bit of responsibility into it. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Avery, did you want to speak to your proposal? See you in the back there. No? Okay. Anyone else like to speak to it? Yes, go ahead, Mike.
We are on 173, right? Yeah, Mike Crawford, Kenai Soldado Fish and Game Advisory Committee. We were 2-7 against this. Just feel that most people that participate in this, yeah, maybe the first time you maybe take more than you realize, but after you learn. So I know lots of people that go down there and get you know, lots of fish, and many of our committee members also do, and participate in this, and they eat a lot of fish. So I think there's a good resource there, and people want it. It's a crowded place to go, but people enjoy doing it, and they like to take advantage of this, so there you go.
Thank you. Anyone else have any new information to add? I see Mr. Avery coming to the front now. Thank you. How about we close it out with you instead of starting it off?
Thank you. I'm Chris Every, Eastside Sit Netter. I didn't realize this was my proposal. I'd forgot. But there are a few things I'd just like to say. You sort of ended the dip net fisheries up there, and I was needed to say something. This will be similar, but I encourage any new fisheries. We need to get a little user group together before we start these fisheries, and we need to have harvest limits. We could earmark these new fisheries for them to be the first one to go. These are just ideas. We need to account a daily account for the new fisheries. We need days and hours, which I've been hearing, which is good. Make sure there's some new fisheries, if you're going to do this, where people can walk to it. A comment was, if you're going in boats, that's sort of an elite fishery. People got to have money. This is a personal use fishery, so we need to open up areas that people can just, I guess, get out of their car and participate. So just some thoughts. You know, I'm really concerned about new fisheries, and the sideboards need to be on there, and I'm sorry I'm saying this, Israel, but if it would have happened, the Kenai River dip net fishery would have stopped at 90,000. That was the original intent of that fishery, and look where it went. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this committee works great. I think the board is hearing loud and clear, like, you know, cautious, implement something if so, but do it cautiously if we choose to do that. Thank you. You got something specific on harvest caps, Dan, on this proposal? Okay. Next proposal, please.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 93. This seeks to address two issues. The first would manage the personal use dip net fishery on the lower Kenai River subject to achieving the in-river goal. The second would establish paired restrictions between commercial fisheries and personal use fisheries by closing the personal use fishery at 7 a.m. Friday if the commercial fishery has been restricted that week. Mr. Chair.
Okay, is Nathan Hoff in the building? Yep, go ahead.
So the Department of Fish and Game made some comments about my proposal, and then I had submitted an RC. Do you want me to open up by kind of talking through those, or not talk through that at all? Like just new stuff?
It's your proposal, so yeah.
Okay. So
why you did it and what for, and you can talk about the new
yeah,
stuff too. Yep.
I just thought that was a pretty helpful guideline, so I'll just kind of go through what the department said about it, as, you know, I thought that was kind of helpful, and they'll kind of set the stage, and they have a few comments probably at the end, So, regards to my complex, or my, what's the word? I just saw complex on the paper and I just said it, but anyway. The Fish and Game said management would become complex since paired restrictions with commercial fisheries would result in closures or reopening of the PU dip net fishery. And my thought was potentially opening and reclosing is the very definition of managing. And so this proposal is seeking to clarify why the PU fishery is being either managed or unmanaged with no regard to the in-river goal. So it kind of came into being between like commercial for some reason and PU, but it's an in-river goal. It's, you know, that's the primary management for the Kenai system. So I'm not really sure why the PU fishery wouldn't be managed to that. So the comments, again, just looking at how it's going to affect the fishery, it said, given this proposal, fishing time would decrease. And again, just looking at the fact that the primary goal is the in-river goal, the way my proposal is worded, I'm kind of trying to optimize what the PU fishery could do, because I'm saying that the proposal is actually if the commercial fisheries are limited, the commercial fisheries come in because they're the primary harvester of sockeye, and they're telling you what's coming into the inlet. So if they're closed in a regular period, it sets the stage for, it's the great indicator mark that the in-season goal for the sport fishery is likely not being met. So if the commercial fishery is closed on a regular period, then the PU fishery would close as of 6 a.m. on Friday, and it would reopen when the commercial fishery reopens, indicating good returns. So it says PU participants may have limited opportunity, as this proposal requests that the PU closures be implemented on weekends. Again, it's not to be implemented on weekends, it's to begin on a weekend, giving the PU participants maximum opportunity, and it would go as long as necessary, I mean, to achieve the in-river goal. So, again, it's, any participant in the PU fishery, by definition, already has a sports license. So, when it's going to close, they're already going to know it's going to close because the commercial fishery was closed. So, it pretty much just says, if you're going down to Kenai, you're sport fishing, or you're going somewhere else.
Thank you. Could you summarize? I hate to rush people, but we're not even halfway through this one, and we got...
Last one I'll say is this may result in an increase in the harvest of sockeye and other fisheries. They talked about the city of Kenai would be experiencing decreased revenue, which I'm kind of interested in hearing that in the discussion, because it seems like most of Kenai is operating out of the harvest of fish, you know, most of the businesses. So you have all the commercial fisheries, the processing plants, the guide services, lodges. So if the PU fishery is the only operating fishery, and the city of Kenai is losing money doing it, and everybody else is losing money, it kind of sounds like a bad management strategy.
Thank you. Mr. Moore in the back.
Hi there, Ben Moore, Kenai River Sport Fishing Association. Mr. Chairman, thank you for this opportunity. I just wanted to note that in general, the paired restrictions on the Kenai are more often associated with Chinook protections rather than sockeye. And so tying sockeye releases to a tool that's typically used with Chinook is something that we would oppose and oppose this position. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other real clear, quick, concise comments on new information? Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Matt Hawkinson. I'm a lifelong Alaskan resident. I'm the fleet manager for Pacific Star Seafoods in Kenai, which this summer will, if plans go as planned, will be the only processor in the Kenai area down from five years ago. The management of this fishery has caused 80% of the processors to either go bankrupt or move processing to other areas in the last 5 years. In 2 of the last 3 years, commercial fishing has been restricted due to not meeting the in-river goal. And when I say restricted, I mean shut down completely for up to 2 weeks, 2 of the last 3 years. Regarding Proposal 88, which recently passed, the in-river goal will now be raised.
Could we keep this to the proposal we're talking about, please? Thank you.
Yes, that's my next sentence, and all of that that preface it does relate to it. So, in regard to Proposal 88, which raised the in-river goal, the personal use dip net fishery is prosecuted below the sonar. So what's happened in 17 and 18, when the commercial fishery was closed completely, the personal use fishery was allowed to fish right up until the end. In 18, it was closed for the last day after the last weekend, and the commercial fishery was closed for about 2 weeks. I see that 93, there's a similar proposal, 113, that creates paired restrictions, and I think that as it's written, we see that the late-run Kenai sockeye salmon are to be managed primarily for commercial use, and it's already in there that the sport and personal use fisheries are to be managed to meet the in-river goal and the sustainable escapement goal. There's a de facto allocation beyond the in-river goal that allows to meet the SEG in the sport fishery, which is prosecuted above the sonar. So I don't feel they should be restricted in this, but to place some paired restrictions, I could submit this as an RC. It's already in the regulations in administrative code that this is to be managed to meet the in-river goal. So maybe if the board has some ideas of what would be appropriate, I'd suggest that if the commercial fishery is closed, if they are to be closed for their regulation openings by EO, that we restrict or close the personal use until the time that the commercial fishery is reopened.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Any new information specific to this proposal? Mr. McCombs, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Of course, conceptually, I agree with what Matt said. And if the dip net fishery can be opened below the counters, this fishery started on surplus stocks, and if they can be open, and I don't think we should be sitting on the beach. That's what happened last year, and the commissioner closed us on a Friday. We got over 1 million extra sockeye in the river, and we should have been fishing. So I would consider some of the concepts of this, but if there's enough fish for the dip net fishery, we should be in the water too, and I'm just going to leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you. I think I want to go on to proposal 87 because I think that gets to the heart of what some stakeholders want. So let's go to 87, please. Sorry, I'll give the proposer one last chance. Sorry, my bad. Any new information that we haven't heard?
Yeah, the new information I think would just be that, again, I think a lot of times you have proposals like this without, I mean, again, I think that's the heart of the management plan, so I'll just restate that. But I'll also say that it could have come from either side of the fence clearly, so I think that at the lowest runs of Kenai sockeye, like in 2018, I was dip netting, I saw other people dip netting, and it's still an effective harvester at very, very, very low entries into the river. Like if you see Fish and Game's numbers, 20,000 to 70,000, they're still gonna catch, because there's so many participants, 20 or 30,000 on the lowest runs. So when you're looking at an in-river goal, you just have to take that into account.
Thank you. Next proposal, please.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 87, this seeks to address two separate issues. The first would eliminate the personal use salmon dip net fishery, and the second seeks to prohibit catch and release fishing for salmon in the Kenai Peninsula. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is Ron Cameron in the room? Okay, would anyone like to speak to Ron's proposal 87? Go ahead, Mike. New information, please.
Mike Crawford, Kenai Soldotna AC. We had no support for this proposal on our committee. We're a pretty diverse group, but we had one abstention, but 11 against. Just the thought of taking away the opportunity to catch fish for Alaska residents, and then to ban the American pastime of going fishing. So we did not like this one at all.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson, new information, please. And we have your AC minutes, so you don't have to repeat that.
Yeah, I just, Mr. Chair, with all due respect, I think I got a fiduciary responsibility to represent my AC and their thoughts, and I haven't spoke to this PU stuff. But they felt real strong if one user group was restricted, as with everything else, everybody else should share in that burden. You can say restriction, conservation, however you want to phrase it. So with that, I'll leave it go, but I do hope you respect my fiduciary responsibility. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Next proposal, please.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 113. This would amend the paired restrictions in the Kenai River Late Run King Salmon Management Plan to close personal use fisheries when the commercial fisheries are closed. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. McCombs, would you like to lead off with your proposal, please?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Of course, I don't really agree with the concept of paired restrictions, and if you would notice that I would agree with this in a more positive vein. Like I said in my previous testimony, if there's enough fish to have that fishery open, we should be open. I'm not about restrictions that much, but I'm about opportunity, and I'd like the same opportunity that other users have. So with that in mind, I guess that's most of my comments on this. I think paired restrictions have been used in the past to restrict the set netters and liberalize the guide fishery in the river. And like I said, I'm against the concept of paired restrictions. I don't think they accomplish what they're supposed to, but I am definitely in favor of paired opportunity. And if there's fish enough to have a dip net fishery in the river, there's enough to let me go fishing. So I just point that out. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak to this? Mr. Shadura.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really wanted to speak to the previous one, but with new information, but if you must. Yes, paired restrictions are neither paired nor equitable in my estimation. Each fishery needs to be reviewed. And under that context, I have put in proposals before for ACRs trying to address a situation that happens when we're under the 2.3 million goal for the Kenai River. And the 2018 was a painful experience because at the time we had not met the minimum goal, and yet the PU fishery was continuing. The sport fishery was, in fact, under restrictions. And it wasn't a case of who gets what at that point. It was, let's try to get that escapement goal going first so that we can enjoy any of the surpluses after that. So at that particular time, I suggested that there may be some ways to step down on some of these personal use in time, area, methods, and means to try to, in fact, make sure that we remain within the goal. The current action that was just taken to change the in-river goals for the Kenai River, especially the lower end, changed potential another 350 to 400,000 fish into the Kenai River before the set net fishery will continue. Well, that's a restriction on the in-river other users, but the PU user has no change. So when you effectively look at the numbers, the priority to the commercial fishing fleet, the percentage of harvest by other users versus the commercial user is really at check here. It may go under 50%. So I would caution the board to review these and consider some conservation measures that the department currently does not have tools in the tool bag to do something to tamp down the PU fishery if necessary. Like, for instance, allowing a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday PU fishery to be conducted, but consider about restricting the other days. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're going to wrap. Go ahead, Mr. Delaney. Then I'll go back to the proposer, and then I think I'll hand it back to the chair and decide what he wants to do.
Mr. Chairman, Kevin Delaney, Kenai River Sport Fishing Association. My new information is really a piece of old information. Prior to the early 90s, the Kenai River personal use dip net fishery only occurred when we exceeded the upper end of what was then the biological escapement goal. It happened late in the season. And the analogy I would give is that it was like putting out the word that we're having a great party when the keg of beer ran dry. So when everybody shows up, there's nothing left to drink. And the reason I say that is at the same time, in those years, we fished day in, day out with the set net fishery. So basically you're at the end of July, early August, and you're over the top of the SEG, the commercial fisheries in the water, day in, day out, picking up the rest of the harvestable surplus. And then, and only then, do Alaskans get to come down and dip net. So in the early 90s, the board, at the urging of a lot of stakeholders, set a season, a bag limit, hourly restrictions, and a very narrow piece of geography. It's 20 days long. This fishery gets characterized as being unlimited. Well, if an Alaskan resident wants to go participate, that they can. But they have 10 days, they have an hourly restriction, and they have a family bag limit. And there's a very restricted piece of geography there. Now, if you just do some cocktail napkin math, the average harvest in the last few years, maybe 300,000, it's a little less than that probably. 20 days, that's 15,000 fish a day. Now, of course, the run's kind of truncated. Maybe some days is more, some days is less, but that's an average. When you turn the commercial fleet, the entire upper sub-districts, that gillnet fishery and the drift gillnet fishery out, the department can correct these statistics pretty quickly, but you have the harvest capability of 500,000 fish on that day. So 15,000 and something, north of a few 100,000. And so when the comments are made that if we're closed, they're closed, please take into account that they're closed because there's a question of whether or not you can harvest 200,000, 300,000, 400,000 fish that day. And if they want the 15,000 fish that are harvested not be harvested that day as well, because somehow that's going to tip over management, that just doesn't compute to, at least me, a former manager. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll close this out with the proposer, Mr. McCombs. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Counter to those remarks, I would say that an unlimited fishery is an unsustainable fishery. In an MSY fishery, we should have been fishing last year. 2019, you went over the goal by 1 million fish, and we were closed on a Friday, and that's not right. Those fish never got utilized. I don't think feeding bears and birds is a proper use of those fish. I'd also like to add that I'm not so much against paired restrictions as I am about paired opportunity. And if there's fish there, I think we should be in the water. It's that simple. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're going to go back to the chair and remind people there's plenty of other PU restrictive proposals coming up after lunch we can speak to. Mr. Chair, I hand it back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Payton. We'll take a lunch break and be back at 1:30. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We have 7 of 7 board members present, 1:38 p.m. Before we start, I will ask the commissioner if he would like to speak to a prior board discussion.
So yesterday, I think I asked you whether you intended me to manage to the lower end of a goal or to within the range, and there seems to be some confusion in the public about what the board intent was. What I heard was that I was to manage within the range, but there are some people in the audience that believe that the direction back to me was to manage to the midpoint. So I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page, that it's my intent to manage to within the range.
Board discussion? Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Commissioner Ray. I'm glad we got to bring this up again, because on reflection, my casual answer yesterday was, well, why not the middle, But I think often shooting for the middle eliminates, some opportunity for some stakeholders. And I guess my point is that, for instance, if a particular user group is on the edge, once we're within that range, I would think if there's opportunity available that we should take advantage of it, That's my, after sleeping on it overnight opinion, so.
Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, my comment would be the same as Mr. Johnson's.
My intent was within the range. Other board members? Mr. Payton?
Yeah, I was clear on it, within the range.
Thank you.
Other board members? Mr. Wood? Okay, thank you. Okay. Next, we go to Mr. Excuse me. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would make a motion for reconsideration of Proposal 133 before we run out of time.
Second.
So, per our protocol, Mr. Johnson, we have a motion to reconsider. We have a second. And the debate will only be to new information. And I will reference board finding in our blue book, tab 9. Operating procedures, motion to reconsider. 1, only a board member who voted on the prevailing side of the original issue can move to reconsider a vote. I believe you were on the prevailing side, Mr. Johnson. I see affirmative. A motion to reconsider must be supported by presentation of new evidence that was not before the board at the time the original vote was taken. A board member who wishes to reconsider any vote must provide notice to the chair, notice of record, and his or her intent to move for reconsideration no later than 24 hours after the vote. This is within 24 hours. Failure to provide timely notice, etc. After receiving timely notice from a board member of his or her desire to reconsider a previous vote, the chair shall set a time and date to hear the motion to reconsider. So we will discuss any new potential information and then vote on whether to reconsider. Board discussion. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. During one of the breaks, I, received information that's mostly summarized in RC 112, but the changes that were made in adopting 133, I think neglected, or at least this was never spoken of, in the public testimony or in our deliberations, that the changes that were made have produced unintended consequence of eliminating one of the tools that the department has for assessing run strength during the season, particularly late in the season. But as it's worded here, we did not discuss the impact of the loss of fisheries data due to the lack of catch reports from the Central District, since we're not fishing in that area, that this will make it more difficult to set the tiers in season for determining, fishing time. And the board didn't discuss the compounding effect on management efficiency of substantially reducing the tools for opportunity in the drift fishery while also reducing tools for opportunity in the set net fishery. There are a couple more elements here that I'll just go through, but we didn't discuss how the restrictions of the second element here, which removes the authority of the department to utilize Area 1 as a management tool during additional fishing time, inhibits the department's ability to both assess and target harvestable surpluses of Kenai and Kasilof sockeye with the drift and set nets, particularly in times of abundance and particularly in the case of later run timing. The other bullet point here is that the board did not discuss how frequently staff utilize this tool and to what benefit to management there is, and how the loss of this tool might impact the department's ability to effectively manage Kenai and Kasilof sockeye. I discussed this during the break with Mr. Shields, and I think he has some information that's relevant to this discussion here. And in the course of this conversation, I was made aware of at least one other element to this proposal that I think is worth mentioning too. In approving 133, I think the board did accomplish the objective for allowing increased passage of stocks to the Northern District and to the Matsu area. But I think we, and to that intent, which I was in support of, I think we accomplished our goal there, but in doing so, we also eliminated the possibility of late season fishing on the west side of Cook Inlet, in Area 3 in particular, when those northern stocks have already passed by, and there has been in the past opportunity for the drift fleet to target local stocks on the west side of Cook Inlet, and I'm not sure that the board was fully apprised of that consequence as well. So these are the reasons I think that it would be good to reconsider all the ramifications of 133 and set aside a time to revisit that. Thank you.
Mr. Wood?
Are we going to hear from Mr. Shields, or what's the wish of the body? I'm going to be opposing this evidence as being new evidence unless it's something presented, and thus far I have not heard anything. Evidence changes is totally different than what's in this RC 112. The board did not discuss the impact of this, did not discuss how frequently. There's a lot of things that this board doesn't discuss. That does not constitute evidence that wasn't before us when we made the initial decision. It doesn't meet the requirements of the board policy on reconsideration. If you were just putting a notice of reconsideration on the floor, which under a lot of parliamentary procedure, you can do that, and you don't need a reason to reconsider. You just simply have to have the votes. Here we have something totally different animal. It's almost akin to what you have to do when you go in front of a court and presenting an argument for a new consideration of the issue. And you must present either evidence or a mistake in the law. And here, I've not yet heard any evidence be put in yet that wasn't available to us initially. Everything that was said was available to us at any time. And if you're going to follow that format, every proposal that we took no action on based on 133, there was no discussion. My intent is to bring up each and every one of those back on up again. And if that's going to be the basis, we didn't discuss it, here we go. And there's an RC 10 or 110 right before this one that one organization put in that said, we're going to change our position, or the individual members, we change our position based upon the passage of 133. If that's not the case, then they're going to have to reconsider their position. But to me, we're going down a slippery slope, and it's not a good slope at all. I think if the parties have an issue they want to address in these discussions, they can do so through the normal regulatory process.
Mr. Payton.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Mr. Wood on that. I understand, maybe we didn't discuss some things, but it could all be I acknowledge we're allocating away from them, and that goes to every one of those points. So we did discuss it, in my mind. When I look for new evidence, yes, some data-driven empirical evidence that wasn't in some of the 10,000 pages of documents I've read in the last 2 weeks. And if someone can bring that forward to me, I'd be more than willing to look into that for sure, because that would be new to me. I've looked at all the data and based my vote on that. But barring, I don't see any new evidence of data to inform my decision on the way I voted on 133. So if someone could provide that, I would be willing to look at it and maybe change my decision. I don't know. It depends on what the evidence has said. You know, this motion to reconsider after a vote is passed and stakeholders had plenty of time to inform the board or point out board members' evidence before the vote, you know, I made a conscious effort to go to all stakeholders before the day the meeting started. I know this proposal is important to you. I'm thinking this way on it. You know, show me some evidence to steer me, you know, your side of it. And, you know, I've provided that opportunity to people, and none was presented to me. So for that reason, I'm going to be a no on the motion to reconsider. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
Of course, the stakeholders have their own views on this, but I do share their view that any discussion of this test fishery and losing the ability to assess run strength is fairly significant, and I don't recall any discussion about this during deliberations, nor do I recall seeing anything in any of the public comments or committee of the whole testimony, you know, as, you know, before we deliberated. So to me, this is new information, and I'd be interested in hearing from other board members on their views on this.
Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Is this with respect to the anchor point test fishery? No?
This is with respect to, you know, the drift fishery, sockeye fishery, the corridor, how the corridor came to be, and what its ramifications are.
Mr. Jensen?
I think he's referring to catch data from fisheries being prosecuted. It's not the anchor point test fishery, correct, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, Mr. Jensen.
Okay, we've discussed whether there's new evidence or not. Further board discussion before we vote. Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was on the opposing side of this discussion when we voted here, but I think Mr. Johnson has a valid point. I don't recall that particular information. I know they use it, but I don't recall it being discussed. So I know we have an anchor point test fishery that works on a, I don't know, timely basis. I don't, in other fisheries, I do take information from the fisheries to look at stock composition and stuff like that. And I think I just don't recall discussing that and reading anything about it on those test fisheries, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. I think we have a pretty high bar on our procedure here, and I'm not inclined to support this at this time based on the information we've heard. Do we have a question?
Question.
Question has been called. Roll call vote, please, Mr. Haight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is on the motion to reconsider Proposal 133. Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Payton?
No.
Mr. Godfrey?
No.
Ms. Carlson Van Dort?
No.
Mr. Jensen?
Yes.
Mr. Mariski?
No.
Mr. Wood?
No.
That proposal fails 2-5, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Haight. We now move back to Committee of the Whole 3 with Mr. Payton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and we'll start Committee of the Whole 3. All the same rules apply. When you're called upon, stand up, state your name for the record, and I believe we're on Proposal 145. Staff? Okay, yes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 145. This would allow sport, personal use, and subsistence fishing for sockeye salmon on the Kenai River until August 15th. Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Is the proposer Neil? Are you here anywhere? I know he's on crutches, so he probably went home. Oh, there you are, way in the back. Come on up. Yep.
Neil DeWitt, just for the record. My intent on this proposal was to allow personal use dip netting after July 31st. There wouldn't have to be a closure to the commercial fleet or anything, just whatever passed by their nets. It was an intent to help because we constantly hear about over-escaping the rivers and the streams and stuff. It was a way that we can, as sport fishermen, help the commercial guys try to get that over-escapement that they always talk about, so it doesn't happen. That was the general intent of this whole thing.
Thank you, Neil. Would anyone else like to speak to that? Mr. Crawford.
Good afternoon, Mike Crawford, Kenai Soldat AC. We were unanimous against this proposal. We've got silvers coming in the river. Probably, I know you guys love that word, fully allocated now. We've got limitations on our commercial fisheries based on silver fishing and a 1% rule coming back into place. So having a PU fishery extended to the 15th, I believe the proposal asked for, I think would just cause other issues that we haven't thought of yet. So that's why we were at where we were at.
Thank you. Yep, we heard that it's going to maybe harvest some coho, and so any new information, Mr. McCombs.
Thank you, Chairman. I know that there's that many fish in the river that you should open the drift gill net and set net fishery. However, at that time, you do have silvers going in the river, and it's going to interfere with 6 silver derbies that are going on. And I would remind you of I can't recall the RC right now, but the city of Kenai was vehemently opposed to this proposal that they cost them a lot of money to clean up the beaches, and there's a lot of applause and yahoos and celebration when the dip net fishery is over. I'd also remind you that there's a strong component of king salmon that are still coming in the Kenai River, and it's probably why there's still kings in there that come into the river in August, and it's not really quantified, but so you have kings and silvers that are going to be mixed in with that fishery. Thank you.
All right, Dave. Okay, we've heard it. It could harvest kings. It could harvest coho. The city of Kenai doesn't want more than 21 days. Dan, do you have any new information besides that would be different from that? No. Okay, Gary. And I know you have some new information, Gary.
New information, Mr. Payton. Gary Hollier, Eastside Set Netter. This may be through the Department of Law, or Public Safety. Used to be you get a personal use permit, you had to go to Soldotna someplace or a vendor and get a card, and you fill it out and you turn it back in. Now, as you can go to online, and Gary Hollier can pin out 47 forms, and I fill out for my 25 when I go up DipNet and take my 25, and if I don't get checked, and I never get checked, I throw away my 25 on my card and I go back the next day and do it again. So I think maybe the Department of Public Safety should try to figure out a better way, and I'm not sure what it is. I don't have a solution, but there's definitely rampant abuse there with the way the new reporting is. So I think that's new information. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else with new information on this? And I guess a question for the department, for me. The department in the past has EO extended it, I believe. Can you walk me through what the triggers are, or if you can or can't do that currently to extend it?
Yeah, Mr. Payton, for the record, Matt Miller. You're correct. We have extended that fishery at least one other time that I was aware of. And I'm trying to remember, we spoke a little bit about this earlier, some of the conditions that were for that. I'm trying to remember, I think we just had late push of sockeye that were coming in later in the season. Some of the considerations that we had when we were thinking about doing that were the coho harvest, which has been mentioned, the city trying to extend for another, I can't remember how many days it was with their contracts. And another issue that we had with extending it was we already had people who had returned their permits. And if they decided that they wanted to go back out fishing again, we had to come up with a way for them to get permits without them being double counted. So short answer is, Mr. Payton, we have done it before. As I recall, it was because there was a late push of sockeye coming through, and we were directed to provide some extra opportunity on that, but it comes with a cost.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've not done this before, but I was area manager for Sportfish at that time when we did extend the fishery into August. I believe there's at least one or two participants in this room that participated in that, and I want these towards the end of that period. If I remember correctly, a lot of folks called and complained about humpy presence. I did not hear that mentioned on record. It is out of my ballpark, out of my range here, but I just wanted to mention that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. That was excellent perspective. Any other comments on this proposal? Just one? I guess we'll close it out with Neil then, since he's the proposer. Yep. She'll come to you, Neil.
Neil DeWitt. I did actually speak to the city mayor and manager after we had deliberations a couple of days ago, and they told me that they would like to see it kept to the 21-day, but they wouldn't have a problem if we moved it back to like the 10th or the 15th of July before it actually started, because some of it appears here lately, because of the warmer climate or whatever, the run hasn't actually came in that early. They also made comment about the silvers and stuff, and I said, well, with a dip net, you're right there. As soon as it hits your net, you're pulling it out of the water, you're seeing what it is, and you can release it while it's still alive. So it's not like we're killing a king if we get it, and pretty much unless it's a really small king, you're going to know that you got a king in your net. So with all these things that were said, they're all good, and I appreciate everybody that mentioned them, but I think we're trying to stop something that's not really going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. All right, next proposal, please.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 172. This would limit personal use dip netting on the Kenai River by last name of head of household and day of the week. Mr. Chair.
Oh, all right, is the proposer in the room? Seeing none, would anyone like to speak to this proposal? Next, Mr. Anderson.
And I'm going to represent myself on this one, Dan Anderson, for the record. I understand. I think what the proposer is trying to do here is minimize some of the congestion in the river for various reasons, safety, whatever, orderly fishery, or just as orderly as that can be. I think that's what it was, and I just want a point of clarification there. She wasn't trying to include or disclude somebody, I think. Okay, thank you.
Next proposal, please.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 170. This increases the area open to personal use fishing on the Kasilof River North Beach, Mr. Chair.
Okay, is Brent the proposer in the room? Ramsey? No? Anyone like to speak to this? Mr. Martin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. We're unanimously opposed to this. This, as mentioned earlier, this is a dune area. It's highly erosion through foot traffic and vehicle traffic on this area, and this would just allow more area to be dehabitated by vegetation. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak to it? Mr. Delaney?
Mr. Chairman, Kevin Delaney, Kenai River Sport Fishing Association, thank you. We just recently, last few minutes, submitted RC 116. 116 is a fisheries management report that I had the pleasure of instructing at that time my staff to write in 1999. It provides a detailed year-by-year, blow-by-blow history of the Kenai River personal use dip net fishery and mixes in some of the court cases and other things that happened at that time. And I offer it to you today. It's really interesting reading to show, to illustrate the struggle that it has been since the middle 1980s to actually get this opportunity for residents to put fish in their freezer in regulation in a manner that is predictable, and you'll see that it was a phenomenal struggle, and still today, looking at a lot of the proposals that are before us that we've just looked at, it's still under fire. This is an interesting history. You might find it very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delaney. Would anyone like more to speak to the specifics of this proposal, changing the markers? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next proposal.
Mr. Chair?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Wood.
I had a question related to it. It's not necessarily to the two gentlemen who prepared it, but to staff. Has the special harvest area ever been open? I seem to recall reading somewhere in all the documents we read that it hadn't been used, let's just say infrequently.
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question. Could you repeat that?
How frequently has that special harvest area been opened?
Mm-hmm. We used, through the chair, Mr. Wood, we used it in 2018.
You
but
did?
Not in 2019.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
Mr. Shadura.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I was trying to read the stats and longs and the thing, and I just can't get my hand around that. But yeah, since you bring it up, currently when the Kenai River, Kasilof River Special Harvest Area is open for commercial fisheries in that area, they fish on the beach right from that point. The trouble is north. I'm trying to think of north. That is really, really muddy, and the tide goes out way fast. We can hardly keep up with our gear, let alone a person in a dip net. It's a dangerous area. It's deep very quickly, and I think we're going to have conflicts there. The majority of people, why they're fishing dip nets in the area, other than the set net fishery that fishes early, PU fishery in June, they fish near the channel. That's where all the action is, and they'll fish right on the point that come in that direction because it's, there's just a better chance of harvesting fish. It's scary sometimes watching small boats go out on that flats when we're in our commercial boats and we're looking at these folks, and there's a concern, and I think if enforcement can maybe supply information for you later, there's been some serious situations that have happened with people that are not quite well equipped to do this, and right now it's contained in an area, it's manageable, it works, they're increasing their harvest every year. It's stable. I wouldn't suggest moving it personally.
Thank you, Paul. That was some good local knowledge insight there that I know you're familiar with. Anyone else like to speak to it? All right, seeing none, we'll move on. Next proposal.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 174. This proposal would close the Casiloff River personal use set gillnet fishery and reopen it as a dip net fishery anytime the Kenai or Casiloff early run king salmon sport fisheries were restricted to no bait or no retention. Mr. Chair.
All right, is Joe in the room, and would you like to speak to your proposal? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, this is kind of the history on the Kenai River. The Kenai River started as a set net fishery. Of course, back in the 90s, it was mandated federally, and we had, then it got moved in river. It got converted to a dip net fishery. The advantage of that is, and the things that we're concerned about is our early run king salmon. Probably this fishery is the largest harvester now of early run kings when we're restricted. And we're not satisfied with the department's restrictions that have been put on this fishery. Part of the problems with this fishery is kind of mirror what happened on the Kenai. We have people that don't have boats that put a net out. The tide comes in, they can't pull the net till the tide goes out. And if they got 200 fish in there, they got 200 fish in there. If they've got too many kings in there, they got too many kings in there. This fishery's expanded over the years. It used to be, I believe, my memory serves me correct, it had a cap. It was like a 5-day fishery between the 15th and 20th. In past board cycles, those dates were increased from the 15th to the 25th. The cap was removed. The area has been increased all the way up into, to where the commercial fishery starts. So this fishery is expanded. Part of the problem with the fishery too is that there's the fishery you hear, probably the most complaints you hear about is the fishery is pretty monopolized. People that have a net there tend to have a net there for a long period of time and pass it friend to friend or whatever. So allowing a dip net fishery provides a lot more opportunity for more anglers, more people share in the money spot or the good spot. King salmon can be just like the Kenai released in this, with this proposal. And like I say, in years of restriction for the sport fishery, I think it's only fair that the personal use guys, just as we do in the late run in the Kenai, we can mandate that some of those are released. I put in this proposal, this has been discussed by the department. The department was told that it couldn't be a department-generated proposal, but in the past they had discussed about putting in this proposal themselves. So I put it in to provide an avenue for them to have this tool in their box when we're concerned with early run king salmon. Just idea on the king salmon, the commercial fishery has fished this exact area when it has been prescribed for set netters and drifters to harvest Casiloff bound stocks exclusively when we've had trouble with the Kenai. And their harvest of Kenai fish, when they're just prescribed in this fishery, is 25 to 30% of the genetic coded fish for that area are Kenai fish. So it is definitely an interceptor of early run Kenai kings at the time period. So the board knows that Kenai run peaks normally between the 12th and 15th of June. So when this fishery starts on the 15th, it's literally a tide or two away from the fish entering the river. It's about 7-8 miles away. So they're definitely impacting the last 2 weeks of the early run kings. Let me see if I missed anything. Like I say, you can get, I think a lot of, the whole reason we changed the Kenai fishery, a lot of those same reasons apply to this fishery. And I'll leave it at that for right now.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to this proposal? Yes, Member Van Dort.
Thank you. I'm not quite sure who this question is for, but are there subsistence impacts to this proposal? just PU, right?
Yeah, my understanding, it's
Okay,
in,
just checking if
it's in a
there's-
non-subsistence area,
Okay,
so.
thanks.
Question for the department to address some of the things I heard in the committee of the whole. The department about not having tools, reading through the comments, it looks like the department has restricted. Is there anything preventing the department to restrict this fishery in times of low king abundance, I guess would be the question, through your EO authority?
Mr. Chair, no.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Shadura, I saw your hand up. Yep.
Yeah, just, that gillnet fishery is a very popular fishery with the local residents. It's the low end. The majority of those folks come from the Mat-Su. I don't know about opening up a dip net fishery in the Mat-Su, but many families count on that for their food for the year. These are definitely meat fishermen, and I think it's in some way in order of what the management cycle. It's not a time where interception. I don't know how we got mixed up with the Kenai Kasilof Special Harvester and what they're harvesting, but just to note, the board, the new information on the genetics analysis of what's being harvested where, and the few years that the terminal area was surveyed for genetic origins shows a huge percentage, I mean, an overwhelming percentage of Kasilof-bound king salmon in that area, as does the Kasilof area and my stat area, of course, which is right there. I am the terminal fishery. So I wouldn't suggest you take that personal use fishery away unless there's maybe more people to speak on it. I don't fish in that, but I know it's extremely popular. It's right next to where I live. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Once again, excellent local perspective. That's what the board needs to hear. Anyone else to speak to it? Monty, go ahead.
Monty Roberts from the Kenai Peninsula. The intent of this proposal is not to take away the opportunity to dip net, or to subsist or personal use fish. It's to substitute a dip net if the king conservation causes the department to take action. So it's not looking to change it unless there's a conservation issue.
Thank you. Mr. Avery, go ahead. Some new information, please.
Yes, sir. This is Chris Avery, Eastside Satnetter. I know on some of these proposals they get labeled wrong. So the label on this is sport fishery in the Kenai or Kasilof rivers is restricted. And then the proposal goes on to talk mainly about the Kasilof. Okay, I just want to let you know that the Canatsi Indians do have a net between where Travis and I fish and the mouth of the river that could get wrapped up into this if it's passed with that title. Okay, just new information.
Thank you. Excellent. All right, Joe, you want to get last word in?
Yeah, I'll wrap it up quick. I was under the impression, and I'm pretty sure about this, that in restricting that fishery, they cannot switch it to a dip net fishery. Second of all, I had no interest in affecting the Kenai educational net or nets that they're doing. And third of all, we're now developing escapement goals for the Kasilof River and all the, about a third of these fish are Kenai, 2/3 are going to Kasilof. And I think it's a very good tool for the department to have where you can still have a lot of participants and harvest fish discriminately. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to end up, Paul. Sorry. Next proposal, please. Okay, you have something new to add to subsistence there?
Right, I'm sorry, I didn't clear. The question was asked, yeah, there is a subsistence fishery. It's being conducted on U.S. Forest Service or Fish and Wildlife Service.
A federal, right?
Federal
Okay.
fishery above that area. The question was, can it affect it? I'm not sure, but they are conducting that throughout the month of June and July.
Mr. Pappas, do you have anything to enlighten us on where or when this federal subsistence fishery takes place?
Thank you, Mr. George Pappas. Well, yes, the jurisdiction's significantly above the Sterling Highway Bridge. It's near Silver Salmon Rapids up to the lake. And I didn't comment on it because that is a substantial difference from distance from where the federal subsistence jurisdiction is.
Thank you. Next proposal, please.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 163. This would prohibit guiding in the Kenai and Kasilof Rivers personal use dip net fisheries. Additionally, this proposal would establish definitions of a personal use fishing guide and personal use fishing guide services. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is the proposer, Catherine, in the room? Seeing none, who would like to comment on this proposal? Yes, sir.
Thank you. Glenn Trombley, representing personal use guiding operation on the Kenai River, not necessarily on the Kasilof, but definitely on the Kenai currently. I just want to bring some information. I'm reading the ACs, and I'm not super skookum on the ACCs, but I'm looking very intently on trying to find the initial intent of personal use fishery. What Alaska originally started, what was the initial intent for personal use fishery? And what I surmise basically is that it's intended for Alaskans to have access for fish, in a nutshell. All Alaskans, whether you've been here for 366 days or your entire life, period. I believe that this proposal is essentially based on a desire to eliminate guides operating within the personal use fishery based on an original intent that they don't quite understand what the original intent was. With that regard, I just want to share with you that although it pertains to my operation specifically, but not wholly, according to Disability Statistics org.org, 12.6% of Alaskans have a disability. This means that 93,051 Alaskans have a disability of some type. More specifically, 5.8% of Alaskans have a mobility impairment, which means that 42,833 Alaskans, but specifically 26,204 Alaskans in South Central region are unable to dip net in a traditional manner, i.e. stand at the mouth of the river with a dip net in their hand, climb down into a vessel, climb out of a vessel, that type of a thing. The bottom line is that accessing the fishery by utilizing a charter operation such as myself, and unfortunately, I don't see any other guide operations that I know of that operate on the Kenai here today to oppose this like I do. I just want to simply say that to deprive our fellow Alaskans of an opportunity simply by saying, no, you can't fish this fishery unless you're on your own, doing it by your own means and methods, and eliminate a guide service to simply provide an access point is, to me, it's preposterous, and it's against the initial intent of what this personal use fishery is all about. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Big Mike over there.
Thank you, Mike Crawford, Kenai Soldado Fish and Game Advisory Committee. We did not like this proposal, 2-7, 7 against. There's been a great opportunity with the recent closures we've had and restrictions on the Kenai River for some guides to reach out and expand their business. This isn't a huge thing, but several of them take advantage of this, and their client list is growing because people want to access this versus stand in the mud. A lot of what he just said was, whether they're physically capable of doing that. It just is a different way to fish for them, and we shouldn't deny this ability for people to access the river and the personal use fisheries that are granted to us as Alaskans.
Thank you. Any new information? Mr. Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. We unanimously supported this proposal. We felt that the personal use should be done personally. When this fishery was first started, it was no boats allowed at all. Matter of fact, it was designed to where you couldn't even be on a log that's floating. It had to be attached to shore, and it's morphed into the boat fishery. Sometimes there's more boats on the in the dip net fishery in the small area than what there is out in the inlet commercial fishing. As far as accessibility to harvest or get fish, the commercial fisheries is also an avenue to get your fish. But one thing that's alarming about this, it is a growing industry, the guided boats, and they come down the river, a lot of them from Eagle Rock area. That's all in the tidal influence. You've got big tides in Cook Inlet. When you have a 20-plus foot tide, the tide goes clear up into the grass, into the trees. Along these shores, you get these more and more boats going up and down the river, and you get the boat wakes that undermines the banks. I know the city of Kenai put in a no-wake limit during high tides because it was destroying the river banks and the property along there. This is the same issue on this area, basically clear up to Eagle Rock. And it's a continuing, it's been brought up that it's no different than the high water flood stage. There is a difference. Been on the river, look over the bank, and it's clear water right along the shore. And then a boat, because all the current's going parallel with the bank. You get a boat wake comes along, and it's going perpendicular to the bank. It's like a wash machine. Every wave washes in, brings dirt out, brings dirt out, brings dirt out. I know a place on the bluff here just this winter that the lower bank was eroded. This is about 5 miles up from the Warren Deems Bridge. It got undercut so much from boat wake traffic that it cut loose and slid out, and you had trees that were 30 feet out there in the river. Of course, they're all gone now with the ice and everything, but that's what this undercutting issue does. So the more boat traffic there is, and this alludes to more boat traffic, the more erosion we're going to have, and you can't put that back. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. And you mentioned it's a growing industry. If you have any data, I'd like to see on that at some point on a break. If you could supply that to us, that'd be great, through an RC or something.
Well, I think that's for what the department's job is. So I just know there is. There wasn't any, and you hear more about it. We addressed it last cycle about having the access there at the Warren Ames Bridge, and you dealt with that. They wanted to add access as above. That might be an issue to have more access down below to where you don't have that boat traffic eroding those banks, or address it just high water only, so these high water stages you're not accelerating the erosion. It's okay when the tide's out because it's not eroding the banks, but when it's up in the trees and the banks and those extremely big tides, that's when you get the excessive erosion.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Anderson, some new information.
Yes, sir. I can speak on this. Two points. First, Homer AC. We were in support of this proposal. We thought it was a great idea at that level. On my personal stuff, and we didn't talk to it at the AC specific to this proposal, but keep in mind this has a spill over kinda to the charter boat sports fish stuff on hooking the fish and who is legally obligated to retain that fish once it's hooked. Can you pass the rod off? Can you not? Kind of thing. I don't remember the specifics of it, but it's coming. So there is that issue too, as far as holding dip nets and things like that. Thank you.
Yeah, we're going to close it out with, okay. We'll close it out with Ben. Go ahead, Charity. Over to this gentleman.
Glenn Trombley, once again, for the personal use. With regards to the comments that this gentleman here said, I'm not sure what your name was, sir. I apologize. But the erosion problem is clearly an issue. Since I've been a child, everybody's known that the Kenai River is getting more and more erosion. But this specific proposal has to do with whether or not it's good or bad for a guide operation to operate on the Kenai River in the personal use fishery. Has nothing to do with the issue of erosion. However, with that being said, I can tell you that on any one given day, And I'm personally on the river for the entire season, every day during the 10th of July through the 31st, except for the days that it was closed. I can tell you that the percentage of guide operations on the Kenai River is literally, I said 5% the other day when I made my initial comment. If we're talking about 300 boats, which is a slow day, we're talking about anywhere from 6 to 8, maybe 10 different operations total for guiding on the river. So with that respect, I understand and I appreciate, more so than a lot of people, the erosion issue that we have on the Kenai, but please don't try to pin that on the guides, because that's far from the truth.
Thank you, Glenn. We'll go over to Ben, and we'll close it up with Ben.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ben Moore, Kenai River Sport Fishing Association. You know, personal use fisheries on the Kenai River are a very special thing and provide access to food security and access to our resource that's really remarkable and special. A previous speaker today mentioned that we have huge tidal swings and we have some potential for safety issues out there. And for that reason, it's more important to have guides helping Alaskans access that fishery. You know, if we want to keep people safe while they're out putting food on their tables, allowing a sector for professional access is important, and for that reason we oppose this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next proposal, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Sam Ivy. Proposal 240, this would establish a personal use gillnet pike fishery in the Susitna River Units 1 through 6. No limits when salmon are not present. Department develops permit conditions. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. This is from the Map Valley AC. You want to speak to it, Andy?
Yes, the department does spend quite a bit of money doing this type of netting program themselves, in particular at Alexander Creek. And members of our committee thought that the department could probably set up conditions where the public could participate in this type of thing. Some areas where there are not very many salmon, but there are plenty of pike. During our discussions with the advisory committee and between the department, we had originally put gillnet, but certainly it could be some other type of net if the department thought it appropriate. And we're not looking to harvest any other species, just looking to some type of fishery that would be pretty clean and take out pike.
Thank you. Maybe we can work with the department to figure that out through this whole process. Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Dan Anderson. Speaking on behalf of myself, I can tell you, with my prior history in the gillnet fishery, I have turned over more gillnets than all the people in this room together by a magnitude of probably 1,000. Miles and miles and miles and miles. I've got extensive experience in it. Although I agree with the concept we need to deal with the pike, but if you just allow a layman per se to go about this procedure, the lost gear and the consequences of lost gear is going to be insurmountable. I'm really afraid of it. I like the idea. I've got right now 1.5 miles sitting in Homer that would work absolutely perfect for it. Nothing like you guys see around here. It's stuff from the Great Lakes. I got 57 miles of it in Wisconsin right now that I could have here with a rail car. But with that said, people without laymen per se as a hobby thing, well, I'm stressing caution. Thank you.
A question for you, Dan. So you're from some of the Great Lakes areas and very familiar with nets. Is there any other nets out there would be a clean fishery on pike? I'm not real familiar with nets. I know there's cast nets and seines and gill nets, but I rely on your expertise on that. Is there any other type of net out there that could kill pike and not hurt anything else?
Okay, first of all, I'm going to rephrase your question. not kill pike, harvest pike, okay?
Yep.
All right, and then we're going to go on to, yes, there is. Depending upon the flow of the river, lake, there's a fight net, which is an underwater hoop net. It only sticks up about yay high in a series of hoops. The fish will lead into it, so it allows for release of intended captured species. All right, there is, I will stress, with all this kind of stuff, there is a handling mortality that could be experienced. Matter of fact, I got good friends of mine that are participating in the removal of lake trout out of the Yellowstone flowage that were brought in by humans who thought it was a great idea. Boy, ain't that like the pike. And now there's a big, huge project which is basically funded with sports fishing dollars. There is a trap net, which is an underwater trap net. It's similar to the fish traps you've seen years ago, but it's a series of anchors and buoys that, with the lead again, that does allow for the release of most of the unintended captured fish, yes, but it's only, there's variables with it. If it's fast-moving water, it's not going to work.
Thank you, and we don't have to get into details, but maybe I'd encourage the stakeholders to go to you for a knowledge base on these different type of nets, because it's unfamiliar to us in Alaska, so I enjoy your perspective.
I'd appreciate, and I embrace that. I got the nets. That's why I went through the expense of bringing them nets that I thought would work up here, and they're sitting there.
Cool. Anyone else like to? Yes, Marit. Member Van Dort, sorry.
Thanks. Mr. Chairman, I'm wondering if there's any rep from the Susitna Valley AC. I noticed that they were unanimously opposed to this proposal, and I was just curious if they had any comments on that they'd like to offer.
I don't see, is Mike Wood in the audience? Yeah. I think you're on the Susitna Valley AC, aren't you? Okay.
Sorry, Member Van Dort, would you repeat your question?
Mr. Wood, I was just noticing that the Susitna Valley AC was unanimously opposed to this proposal, and I was just wondering if there was any comments you'd care to offer on that.
Yeah, there's a few of our members are familiar with the Yetna watershed. They have cabins off the side channels. And in general, I think we realize it takes a fair amount of experience to actually know how to use a net to target that species and not have the bycatch of something else. And we don't have that experience. So, and I think the presentation given by ADF&G people was excellent, and it speaks to that point. So that's where we were coming from.
Thank you. I suspected it was probably a bycatch issue, and I appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go up to Mr. Martin, and if you have any new information on how to maybe harvest pike without killing anything else, that'd be awesome.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. RAC, when we first saw this, we thought the same as a lot of other people. No, we don't want a bunch of people up there with gill nets. And then we got to looking into it further, and the department has control on it. And we thought, we changed our mind. We unanimously supported this proposal with the department having control of it. And a lot of us have been involved in the Aquaculture Association that has extensively netted pike up there and experimented with different size nets and areas. And they've learned a lot. And then the other issue was everybody's kind of run out of money to continue these projects. And a lot of these systems are going to have pike management where you're going to have to keep after year to keep the numbers down. And there are systems that you don't need to worry about bycatch when you've got everything else that's been eaten up by pike and everything else is extirpated out, where it doesn't hurt to go in there and put gill nets in. You're not going to get bycatch. But you're going to keep those numbers down so that those fish don't migrate out of the system into the other system. So there are some places where it could be used. You could have a training program for the fishermen to get some type of training on how to prosecute a net, you know, and the specs on it, like similar to the Delta bison hunt up there. You know, you got to have some training for it. So yeah, it could be used as a mechanism. Pike is an invasive species, and we should do whatever we can. Means we're losing money through the department and the Aquaculture Association. Is not as flush either that continue this management. So thank you.
Thank you. Looks like we had some consensus between the Matt Valley AC and the Central District AC. I appreciate that.
On killing pike, yeah.
Yes, in the back there, yeah.
Thank you. For the record, Matt Hawkinson, speaking for myself. This didn't come up in public testimony, but it was mentioned in the staff reports that there's a risk of spreading Elodia with the nets. With that comment, I just want to say, we don't want to trade one invasive species for another, but otherwise, I support this in this harvest of pike if we can do it responsibly and prevent the spread of other invasive species, or maybe find a way besides nets to do it that isn't a risk to the salmon. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else with new information that hasn't spoke? And we'll go to Neil. Yeah, sorry, you haven't spoke on this yet.
Neil DeWitt for the record. One thing that we're not keeping in mind here, years ago when I put in a proposal on this particular thing, I'd done a lot of research on it. And if you have a lake that's being used by a lot of boat and airplane traffic, the pike can actually start spawning when they're only, I think the male was 8 inches long, the female had to be about 15 inches long. If you have a lake that's not very well used, they have to be a little bit bigger. It takes them a little more time before they start getting into the spawning cycle. But that net that you're talking about using has to have small enough mesh on it to take the little ones along with the big ones. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to close it out with Mike Wood real quick.
I just, after collecting my thoughts, want to echo that the Upper Susitna AC was also very concerned about the spread of Elodia. So,
thank you. All right. Next proposal, please.
Mr. Chairman, Proposal 239 would establish a personal use gill net northern pike fishery in the Matanuska-Susitna Valley to occur in all northern pike lakes or suspected lakes. No limits. All fish must be kept, Mr. Chairman.
All right, this sounds very similar to the last one. Mr. Anderson, some new information, please.
Dan Anderson, speaking for myself. And what I was trying to interject here is when the Elodia question came up, that this board and the people in this room could learn a real lot with a little conversation on this issue. I brought up pike 4 cycles ago. I said, come to me, I can help. But the model you could follow is what's used in Yellowstone. My friends that participate in them fisheries, there's very many different lakes. They bring gill net boats, 30, 40-foot boats from the lakes by rail car in. Any boat that goes in this specific body of water is thoroughly inspected before it hits the water, and any gear never leaves that system ever. So it doesn't, by this type of a program, it doesn't spread any type of pathogens or anything from one system to the other. It can be done.
Thank you, Dan. All right, I think we're going to close the pike stuff out and go to the next proposal, please.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 127. This proposal would amend the Central District Drift Gill Net Fishery Management Plan to allocate 60 to 80% of the northern-bound sockeye and coho salmon harvest to northern Cook Inlet user groups. Mr. Chair.
This is proposed by Matt Valley Fish and Game Committee. Andy, do you want to speak to it?
Andy Couch, Matanuska Valley AC. Referenced within the proposal is some language the board used with another plan, similar plan. But the whole point of the proposal was that the vast majority of salmon produced in the Matsu, but in the northern Cook Inlet, never make it back to the northern Cook Inlet. The vast majority of them harvested in northern Cook Inlet, or excuse me, in upper Cook Inlet, don't make it back. So this was just looking at, if we were asking for some percentage or something that would say, hey, you know, here's a harvest model where you would be harvesting in a terminal area. We just kind of looked for some kind of majority there, and that's what it was, is just here's some numbers that that's what it's based on.
Thank you. Anyone else have any thoughts on this proposal? Seeing none, we'll move on. Next proposal, please, Steph.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 241, for the record, Matt Miller. This one would establish provisions for the personal use harvest of aquatic plants in the Anchorage-Matsu-Kenai non-subsistence area. This one should sound familiar. It came up before the board at the lower Cook Inlet meeting, and because it dealt with larger Cook Inlet issues, it was being brought back up here. I'd also refer the board to RC 8, which was generated at that lower Cook Inlet meeting and submitted again at this meeting. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is the proposer in the room? Would anyone like to speak to this proposal? Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, Dan Anderson, the Homer AC. We explored this quite a bit and had a lot of talk, and there was some giggling going on because they thought that the volumetric of it wasn't really that applicable or easy to do. So we amended the proposal to be a 32-gallon gas garbage can kind of size, and instead of trying to weigh it and things like that. I'm not quite certain what that RC that was referenced to spoke to, but I mean, you're not going to take a scale down to the beach. So they just thought, well, people instead of 5-gallon pail, well, then it's not, doesn't go very far in the garden. So, well, let's just make it a 32-gallon gas can, trash can, just for simplicity, for enforcement and use, practicality. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more hands? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next proposal, please.
Proposal 78. This would modify the process and criteria the board uses for allocating Upper Cook Inlet fishery resources among personal use, sport, and commercial fisheries. It provides specific criteria in priority order when the board addresses allocation of fish resources within non-subsistence areas. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Would anyone from the Kenai River Sport Fishing Association like to address this proposal? Would anyone else like to speak to it? Mr. Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike Crawford, Kenai Soldado Fishing Game Advisory Committee. We were a pretty split vote, 8-6 on this one. We thought the people that liked it thought it would help with the management decisions on the Kenai and elsewhere in the South Central Alaska, but it would. The people against it thought it would prioritize against some user groups, mainly them. So I think you could figure out why people would like it and why they wouldn't, but it was a tight decision, so this is something to look at very carefully, I think.
Thank you. I knew Mr. Delaney was somewhere there. Go ahead. Kevin, take your time.
Mr. Chairman, Kevin Delaney, Kenai River Sport Fishing Association. I'd like to direct your and the audience's attention to RC 109. Proposal number 178, as published in the book, sought to amend the state's allocation criteria using essentially the criteria listed in statute and regulation and modify it in such a way and weight it in such a way that the economic values, fish on Alaskans' dinner table, were prioritized higher than historical use, which has been essentially the default allocation, the most weighted factor in decisions that I've observed over half a lifetime. So we have submitted that proposal as a statewide proposal last year, and it got a lot of discussion. And what we took away from that discussion, other than that a lot of people in the state didn't favor that course of action, was that it would be better as a proposal tailored to Cook Inlet, Upper Cook Inlet specifically. And so what we see in the book is a version tailored to Upper Cook Inlet. Well, we do believe that fish on Alaskans' dinner table and economic value should be weighted more heavily in the board's discussion. We also realize that it's a divisive proposal and there's a lot of opposition to it. And so we respectfully request that you remove that proposal from the agenda as written. And what we would request subsequently is to use RC 109, which would be substitute language for proposal number 78. The substitute language also seeks an amendment to the Upper Cook Inlet Salmon Management Plan, 5AC 21363. And in section 3, parens big C, we suggest an addition to the sentence that's already there. C and excuse me, 3 in total states, in adopting the specific management plans described in number 2 of this subsection, the board will consider A, the need for sustainable fisheries for all salmon stocks and salmon species throughout the Cook Inlet Basin. B, the protection of fisheries habitat, both in the freshwater and the marine environment throughout the Cook Inlet Basin. And C, and this is the language that's in the plan right now, they should consider the various needs and demands of the user groups of the salmon resources of Upper Cook Inlet. That's where we suggest an additional sentence, if you will. C in total then would read, if this were adopted as written, the various needs and demands of the user groups of the salmon resources of Upper Cook Inlet, to include the importance of each fishery for providing residents the opportunity to harvest fish for personal and family consumption. I think it goes without saying that we feel this is a very, very important resource that should be shared by all people. We submitted RC just recently, 116, I believe, which is the history, I referenced it earlier, the history of the personal use fishery in Upper Cook Inlet. And I submitted that primarily, that's not a pun, to show the struggle that Alaska residents have had, that and specifically the personal use fishery, but over time in sport and guided sport fisheries as well, the opportunity to harvest fish has been less than optimal for sure. So we would certainly appreciate the board's concurrence to remove the criteria proposal as written in number 78 and instead consider putting substitute language shown in RC 109 on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delaney. With that being said, obviously there'll be people wanting to speak to this, so I'll open the floor. But I would maybe try to give some idea or insight on the RC language in 109 if you can, since the proposer is suggesting augmenting their language with that RC. That might be helpful going forward. So who would like to speak to that? Mr. Martin.
Yeah, David Martin with Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. On the original proposal, we opposed it. We didn't think it was constitutional to do so. On the other issue, looking at 109, this is from me speaking, I agree with the Constitution. It says for the benefit of the people of Alaska. That means all people. And then as far as the addition language down there in C, under the bold underline, to include the importance of each fishery for providing residents the opportunity to, if you inserted the words purchase or harvest fish for personal and family consumption, then that would be more in compliant with the Constitution for all people of the state of Alaska, including the commercial fishermen.
Thank you. Yes, the lady in the middle row there.
Good afternoon. My name is Christine Brandt, and I'm an Eastside Set Netter. I'm also an Alaska resident of 50 years, which has the right to the resource also. Doesn't guarantee me anything. It just says that I have the opportunity to use it. So I opposed 78, my RC 50. I still oppose this. You can refer to RC 50. The reason I first opposed it is in there. The second is the fish are already allocated and the in-river goals, leaving with our in-river goals, sorry. And third, they are additionally allocated through windows. When those windows, we have windows, those fish move through and the personal use is able to catch fish. This proposal is not necessary, and I have concerns on how this would eventually affect the other fisheries in the state. Even though they voted it down in a statewide meeting and said to bring it here, you know, then the effect in the long run is that it will be brought back up statewide. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Anyone else like to speak to it? Mac, go ahead.
Yeah, Mac Menard with the Matsu Borough Fish and Wildlife Committee. We support this mandatory language, and in particular speaking to the way this board and the state clearly states their allocative criteria and clearly states their preferences for that allocation and priorities is, I think, somewhat unique and to be credited, and realizing that thought process changes over time, that it is appropriate to revisit these occasionally and to adjust it to current thinking and current changes in the way society looks at things. So more of a global view of what you're doing, and definitely to be credited, and thankful that you guys are having the opportunity to revisit these very important criteria. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Yep, Ken Coleman in the back there. And if you could speak, kind of maybe around RC 109.
Certainly can. Excuse me, certainly can. Ken Coleman, Kenai Peninsula Fishermen's Association. During my public testimony, I testified against the prior proposal that's just been withdrawn, substituted by RC 109. I think that I testified during that we believe that the current language gives you all the room to fashion proposals, be creative, take them at verbatim value. But with respect to this new language, I think it's somewhat redundant. You have the language in here that says, in fact, just in bullet point number 3, parens C, the various needs and demands of the user groups of the salmon resources of Upper Cook Inlet essentially states what this new language says. And so I think it's redundant, and current language is sufficient to our needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gary Hollier, Eastside Set Netter. You know, I'm just looking at the current Upper Cook Inlet Management Plan, and from what the previous speaker said, 109 says to include the importance of each fishery for providing residents opportunity to harvest fish for personal and family consumption. Under 4A, in the management plans, the board may, as appropriate, address the following: the needs to allocate the harvestable surplus among commercial, sport, guided sport, and personal use fisheries. So I think this is in there. I don't see any reason for changing his plan, so I thank you.
All right, we've heard it's potentially redundant, and we're already doing it. Any new information? Yes, go ahead.
Me?
Yes. You have the mic.
Okay, so first of all, I'm a little bit unsure. Is Prop 78 off the table, or are we strictly speaking about the RC? Because I have comments about Prop 78, not RC 109.
I guess until it's officially adopted or withdrawn, it's technically still on the table.
Okay, thank you. It could be because we don't know what's eventually going to happen to RC 109. The other day, I sat at that table up there and told the board about the Anchorage AC. I mentioned how before I gave our testimony, I asked the AC what our top 3 priorities are so I could focus on those in my public testimony. Proposal 78 was mentioned as one of those top 3 priorities. Now, it just so happens that the Anchorage AC had a regular monthly public notice meeting last night. At that meeting, I told the duly elected committee that I've taken questions from board members about our positions on votes on various proposals, and that it seemed that the Anchorage AC is skewed to a commercial bias. I've taken that to insinuate that the Anchorage AC's positions are somehow marginalized. I hope I'm wrong. Nevertheless, last night at our meeting, a motion was made to reaffirm all our Upper Cook Inlet comments and votes. That motion passed unanimously, reaffirming our already unanimous opposition to this proposal, Proposal 78. What's more is, I've heard several times, and by more than one board member, that collaboration with and between users is strongly encouraged. Then lo and behold, I noticed that one of these very board members that are begging for collaboration submitted an RC for substitute language on this proposal, a proposal that is an Anchorage AC priority. The same AC that represents almost 200,000 more in general population than any other organization in this room. The same AC that represents hundreds more commercial fishing permit holders than any organization in this room. The same AC that represents thousands more personal use permit holders than any organization in this room. The same AC that represents tens of thousands more sport fishermen than any other organization in this room. The same AC that represents the largest native population in the state. Hey, I consider myself to be a fairly approachable guy. I promise you, I am friendlier than most, at least until I'm frustrated. I'm easy to find here at the meetings. I've been here every day, will be for the rest of the meeting. And yet, how much collaboration has been offered on this to this AC? One of our stated priorities. None. It seems a bit disingenuous to the duly elected Anchorage Advisory Committee. Let me restate again, we unanimously oppose this proposal.
Thank you. I believe Mr. Shadura, you had your hand up first, then we'll go back to Mike Wood there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this definitely is a controversial proposal, to say the least. And quite frankly, we've heard some discussion, and I am going to address 78 because process-wise, just because Kenai River, that organization puts it in doesn't mean it's, well, maybe it is, I don't know. But anyway, so just speaking to the facts, we already have this in statute, clearly. Does this mean, by putting it in regulation, that we're supposed to put in Cook Inlet more emphasis on that particular concept that I'm hearing in 109? Or are we supposed to do like the statute says, look at all these and use the ones that are applicable to the decisions we're making? The freedom that you have as board members now to go through without any order established to it is that you don't have to justify your position. And if you saw my RC that I put in there requesting the board add the verbiage that would in fact make or allow board members to justify each one of these allocative points, not only verbally but written. Because if you're required to do it in order, you have to establish why one is more important than the other and why one below is less important than the one you've chosen. So I wouldn't recommend you tying yourself or future boards into this box.
Thank you, Paul. We'll go back to Mike there.
Oh, thank you. I just want to say, I think it was last spring, I went to a workshop or something in Anchorage, and this came up, I'm pretty sure, this kind of, this language that's in 78. And I think I was the only one that proposed, that was in favor of it. Didn't go over big. I subsequently went back, I read more of it and figured it out a little more. And I got to say, I appreciate going back and looking at old language and seeing if it's applicable to what's going on today. That's all right. I think in many ways this still resonates because there's often wisdom in history when it was written, because it may not apply to the politics or whatever of today. I think the only thing that's new to this is that as a commercial fisherman, I supply almost 100% people that no longer want to go dip netting and families in Alaska. That's how they get their food, from me. So I think not having the ability to do that because of language change, it would somehow just change the playing field. So that being said, that's the only thing new to say is I think the businesses are changing. We're adapting to survive as personal or direct marketers, catcher sellers. So don't make that harder. It's already pretty hard.
Yes, go ahead, behind Mike there. Some new information on either 78 or RC 109.
Yes, thank you, Matt Hawkinson. I want to thank the Kenai River Sport Fishing Association for their verbal offer to withdraw 78. I think that was a bad proposal with overlooking subsistence harvest, and I thank them for that. Going on to RC 109, I've heard most of you state that you support a vibrant commercial fishing industry, and this is your chance to show it. Sockeye are a commercial priority and should remain that if we're going to have a commercial industry. So if we give this to personal use, RC 109 talks about the needs and demands of the user groups. Well, I'm going to make the point that America might be the only country you ever see where the poor people are fat. There's a lot of opportunity to harvest fish, but we don't need to do that to eat. It's not subsistence where people actually get the food to eat. It is important for the industry to survive that we do have some preference somewhere. It's already been given up on kings and on silvers. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine, have you spoke on this one or not? I can't remember. Okay, anyone, go ahead. We'll go to Christine, and then if there's any new information after that, we'll go back to the proposer and then end it.
Hi, my name is Christine Brandt. Again, I'm an East Side set netter, and I'd like to remind you that we commercially fish and we sell fish to Alaskans also and put that fish on their tables.
Yes, thank you. We'll go to, do you have anything more to add, Kevin? And then we'll end it there.
Mr. Chairman, Kevin Delaney, Kenai River Sport Fishing. In conclusion, this would not require the board to prioritize fish for personal consumption over any other use. What it says is that in addition to the needs and demands of the groups, this would be included. The board will also look at this. In using your allocation criteria, you have a great flexibility. But part of that flexibility is you can look at one and say, yeah, this is the one, and not make any reference to any of the others. All this would do in Upper Cook Inlet is when you pass a proposal, you're going to say, you know, just like, does it have a cost? Or it would just require you to mention it. It doesn't prioritize it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on to Proposal 79.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 79 would give the personal use fisheries the priority within the 5 non-subsistence urban areas.
Okay, thank you. Is the proposer here? Seeing none. Would anyone like to speak on it? Any new information? Go ahead, Mr. Crawford.
I've gone from Big Mike to Mr. Crawford. Mike Crawford, Kenai Soldotna Fish and Game Advisory Committee. I think I've been on the AC for 17 years. Seems like a long time, but it's been a long time. And our AC is, throughout the years, has seen proposals like this one that want to talk about prioritizing personal use over other users. And I can't remember any time we've ever had a single vote for it. I may be mistaken there, but we were unanimous against this proposal. And I'd like to remind you that the makeup of our AC, where we have 3 commercial fishermen, 3 fishing guides, and the rest, we've got a personal use seat, a subsistence seat, a hunter seat, a trapper seat, and then some general use seats. So we're a pretty wide range of people. If this was appropriate, then let's just call it subsistence, but it doesn't qualify as a subsistence. So having a priority over other user groups on this just doesn't seem to fit very well for us. And so if the board or the state wanted to make this a subsistence issue, that would be a different issue, and you could come up with a CNT and ANS and all that stuff. But just to change this over to have a priority for some people dip netting some fish, which is important. I'm not taking away from the fact that that's an important part of our fishery. But to put a priority over that, over a sport fisherman or a commercial fisherman, just based on the PU fishery, we don't believe that's a correct thing to do. And we certainly don't want to see that here.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. McCombs.
Thank you, Chairman. I guess for the sake of clarity, that people realize that a sport fish license is required for the PU fishery. So it's kind of cloudy in my mind, especially when these numbers are used to say that there's increased sport fishery and sport fish licenses sold, and particularly when these numbers are used to get Dingle Johnson money, if that's the case. I don't know if it is or not, but it seems wrong. You're counting these numbers for one purpose, and it's not really it's called the PU fishery, but it's actually a sport fishery if you're required to buy a sport fishing license. And it seems very unclear to me if you're using those numbers to justify more funds or more activity or whatever. And of course, I'm against this, and I'm still, it requires clarity, because originally this fishery was called the FU fishery, which stood for family use. And to me, that's still what it means to me as a commercial fisherman. So I'm going to leave it right there.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Dave. Any new information pertinent to this proposal?
Yeah, just real quick, David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. We've kind of been through this before when there was subsistence. It's called subsistence, and that was deemed illegal. And so then it was turned into personal use. The current language seems to be sufficient. I don't see where it's restricted this board or any other board in making allocation decisions and management decisions and everything else. And I think if you did have a personal use priority, that would be open up a whole new can of worms that I don't even think you guys want to go down. So thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll end it with Mr. Shador. Last word on this whole suite.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. So there's some, going back to the biological considerations, the reason that we're here in management and sustainability, you get into the efficiency of the PU fishery and the sport fishery. I mean, the sport fishery at best, and I'm getting back to the PU, is 20 to 26% efficient. It's depending on the concentrations of the fish and the timing when they come in. And the PU fishery reflects that same thing. Neither of them are very efficient. And so you got to considering for every 2 fish you bring in, right, there's 8 fish that are going to be going up to the spawning beds and doing nothing. That's not a good way to utilize the resource. It's not a good biological standard for orderly fishery and a timely fishery. There's just a lot of complications. If you don't consider all the users in this mix, it makes more sense. But currently, if just prioritizing the personal use fishery definitely would negate any of the fisheries downstream. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. That concludes Group of the Whole 3, and I'll hand it back to you. I think that concludes
I
the
didn't
group.
hear you, Mr.
Oh,
Payton.
sorry. I'm handing the gavel back to you. I believe that concludes Group 3.
Okay, great job. We will take a 15-minute break and pick up the next committee. Welcome back, everyone. We have 7 of 7 board members present. It is 3:34 p.m. We just completed Committee of the Whole Group 3. We're now on Committee of the Whole Group 4. And leading that will be Chair Godfrey. Mr. Godfrey, are you ready?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, we'll be starting with, everybody here knows the ground rules. You've gone through this a few times. I will ask that, obviously, the sponsor is available. I'll open up with the sponsor. I will ask that whenever you speak, obviously still list your name, but please open up with identifying whether you support or oppose on the front end. I think sometimes it's obvious to you whether you support or oppose something, and you give data or information, but it's not always obvious to the board. I will say earlier in this meeting, not today, but earlier, there was a couple of people that spoke, and I still wasn't sure which side of an issue they were a number of days ago. And if you grab the microphone and are having a stream of consciousness and maybe you're feeling neutral, like Switzerland, I'll probably not recognize you a second time because that's not the best use of time. Beyond that, I think we can get this group done today if we're succinct and just try to provide only new information. So with that, we are on Proposal 104, and I will ask the department to go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, try that again. Proposal 104 seeks to establish a Kenai River late run king salmon optimal escapement goal of 16,500 to 30,000 large fish and make a multitude of changes to the Kenai River late run king salmon management plan. If the chair would like, I can elaborate, Mr. Chair.
I think that's good enough at the moment. Sponsor.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, members of the public, my name is Kevin Delaney. I'm with Kenai River Sport Fishing Association. It is my pleasure to present proposal number 104. The late run Kenai River king salmon are iconic. They are world famous. They are the source of much pride and benefit for the state of Alaska, and they are in trouble. The average total run size over a 40-year period of time is north of 50,000. Our recent runs have been more in the 20, 22, 24,000 range, and that's adjusted for big fish. The staff will tell you all about the large fish goal. I'm not going to go into that as part of our proposal here. This is a conservation management plan. There is some restriction in this for everybody, and there's a higher goal for sustained yield. This proposal is comprised of 4 parts. The first and most important part is the establishment of an optimal escapement goal of 16,500 to hedge the bet for future production toward more larger fish, more fish primarily. The existing bottom end of the sustainable escapement goal is 13,500. So there's a 3,000 fish increment in that lower end, and that's the important end. And that is, again, geared toward hedging the bet toward future production. When you get a chance in deliberations to ask the staff what the average escapement has been, you'll see that the OEG we're suggesting is far, far below the average escapement. The second thing this does, and this seemed odd to me, although I was part of it for many, many years, the existing late run management plan is a sport fish management plan, so it starts on July 1 and goes to July 31st. The in-river run of late run king salmon begins about June 25th and extends through August 15th. So the second thing this plan does is extends the actual date that the department has management direction for the conservation of late run king salmon over the entire in-river run timing. The third thing this does is it adds a tool to the sport fish toolbox. The tool is a size limit. We already have this size limit in the early run, and it is a tool that can be used to reduce the harvest of large fish. The fourth thing this does is it refines the existing paired restrictions. The paired restrictions share the burden of conservation. They're controversial. They're geared toward putting fish on the spawning grounds. When there are actions taken in the sport fishery to reduce harvest over years of adjustments since about 2013 when they were first implemented by department directive, and then after 2014 by regulation, and they're just geared to step up and step down the harvest power of the two fisheries somewhat commensurately. It's a value judgment, admittedly, but it's an important component of this plan, and our proposal seeks to clarify some of that and strengthen that. I urge you to look at this, consider it a conservation plan, and do what we can to protect probably the most famous run of fish we have in the state. Thank you.
Thank you for that explanation. Who else would like to speak? Anyone on the other side of this want to speak right now? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon again. Mike Crawford, Kenai Soldotna Fish and Game Advisory Committee. This has been a tough one for me as a personal note, but I was one of all of us on our AC that voted against this proposal. And many of us had combined thoughts on this against it, and I certainly want to share with you, and I've been real brief with my comments today, and I'm going to try to do it here, but I don't know if I can. So the first part of this that was a concern to the sport fish side and the commercial side was the OEG going to 16.5. I will say that on the next proposal at 15,000, we were okay with it as far as an AC goes. But we objected to that. When we looked at the, I got to look at my notes here. We were 11-0 against this. The preseason assessment, deciding on June 20th what you're going to do till the end of July and stick with that, it sounds like in this proposal, that's a business destroyer for the commercial fishing fleet and also the guided fleet on the river. It's also destructive to the sport fisherman that likes to go out and spend some time fishing on the river. We've got a part of this that talks about a small fish, 36-inch fish. People don't come to the Kenai River to catch a 36-inch fish. Yes, sometimes that's better than nothing, and yes, that's the one that I take home, and I'll let the bigger one go, and many on the AC thought the same way. The other part, too, is when you're going to relax this fishery possibly at the end of July, maybe as late as, I think it says the 26th here at the 50 percentile, then you're looking at relaxing the in-river fishery for 5-6 days, and then to the 15th of August on the commercial fishery. Now, the commercial guys weren't opposed to that, but the non-commercial guys on the AC were very concerned about that. So that's another big part of this. So it's a complicated proposal. It doesn't give details about where we're going to go to the 36-inch fish, where we're going to go to catch and release, what point do we go to closure? Well, it does. Closure is at below 15,000. But we all know how good the department is at guessing these numbers, and I'm not blaming them. It's a tough thing to do, you know. I would just like to see this thought out a little better, and I think it's, you know, stepping back, maybe it's good for the fish, but it's not good for business. And the Kenai Peninsula has certainly been hit hard, and the commercial fisheries and the sport fisheries and all our other businesses that rely on those businesses on the Kenai. And this is just maybe too drastic for us to deal with. The department has the ability to manage this fishery, and I think they've done the best they could. Last year, it was a failure. They didn't reach their minimum escapement goal. They certainly did some wrong guesses there. But, you know, I think we could work it out without being so, I think this handcuffs them too much. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead and go from front to back. Start with Dan, please. Oh, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. You made a statement, it may be good for fish, but not for business. Were you referencing the entire proposal?
I'm sorry.
You made a statement that it may be good for fish, but not for business. And I'm asking you whether that statement was to the entire proposal or was it some subpart of it?
As a proposal, as written, as a whole proposal, we didn't feel it's harmful to commercial fisheries, and it's harmful for our guided industry, and then our sport fisheries, people that own lodges and bed and breakfasts and restaurants and stuff. So we just think this would hamper the fishery too much, and it handcuffs it too late into the month.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So by the time they say, okay, we're going to liberalize this, well, the sport part of it's done, and then it's going to open up the commercial fishery. There is a part in here that talks about keeping the commercial fishery at the same restrictions through August that are on July 31st. That's a very popular position with the non-commercial side of my AC. But obviously the commercial side hates that. So for obvious reasons.
Go ahead and hold the microphone. Mr. Payton?
Yeah, thanks. I'll follow up on a question, Mike, you mentioned your AC was in support of a 15 goal. And I know there's different proposals here, so I'll just talk to that. But if everything stayed the same and just the goal changed, like no 36, pairing this, that, and the other, and just a goal change to like say 15, what your AC talked about that, or what's your thoughts on that?
Well, we looked at proposal 105.
Yeah.
And the proposer wrote SEG on there, and we offer an amendment in our it should be in our minutes there. We offer an amendment to turn that into an OEG, and that passed the AC.
Okay, so the AC was in support of amending basically the goal to an OEG of 15?
Yes, sir, on 105.
Thank you. Yep.
Start with Dan in the front there.
Yeah, Dan Anderson, Homer AC in this one. Just all through these proposals and the last group, I've been trying to repeat and looking for new information. So I'm assuming you're all referencing the comments that have been submitted in the minutes of the AC meetings. I just want to make sure that's being viewed. And the only other thing I got to add would be on this particular one, as with the ones coming forward, Homer EC is pretty hard over on should be catch and keep, not catch and release. So if it's not allowed to be kept, just because of the mortality and things like that, spawning success, all them issues, you know them. I just want to make sure that I voice my opinion, or not my opinion, my representation of the AC. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to make our way to the back. Stay on this side. Go ahead and just keep going back there. I see a hand up. I just can't see the person. Yep.
Gary Diamond, East Side Set Netter. I'm definitely against this, and every set netter that I know down there is against this proposal. And the people that drew up this proposal also drew up a petition to eliminate the East Side Set Netter, and it went all the way to the Supreme Court in Alaska. Well, we're still here. And that's their idea, is to get rid of us. And that's what it's been for a long time. I want you to keep the escapement plan that you had, that we've drawn up, and keep it the same as it is. And as far as fairness in the windows, there's no other king salmon fishery in the state with paired restrictions. How unfair can you get? You pick on the East Side Set Netters. There ain't anywhere else in the entire state of Alaska, but you guys pick on the East Side Set Netters. What this is a whole bunch of nails in our coffin if you pass this proposal.
Go ahead and keep working backwards there.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gary Hollier, East Side Set Netter. I'm referring to PC 49. I heard the board likes PC, and page Right now, a little bit of history. 2000, we beat this to death. The same proposer came in in 2014 under the management plan and the board put a 15 to 30,000 all king goal on the late run king salmon management plan. That took days to come to that conclusion. 2017, it was changed to an all fish goal, and that went from 16.5 to 27,000. Now this same, and that took days to implement. We haven't even got 2 brood years off the return of this. I'm specifically speaking to really the OEG, which now is asking for 16.5 to 30,000, which is more than all king gold was in 2014, and certainly more in 2017. I sent an email to the department and asked them what the numbers were from the department in 2017, what they recommended. And the recommended was 11,731 to 31,832. The Board of Fish already put a buffer in 2017 of 13,500 on this lower end. So I asked the board to ask the department, and I know we can't ask questions. The department went around the Upper Cook Inlet region and made recommendations on raising in-river goals, SEGs, etc. They did not recommend raising this SEG goal. If the board always is looking for the best available science, and the best available science in 2017, which we haven't seen conclusive results back from yet, was 11,007, and we came up with a 13.5 buffer. So do we need another buffer on a buffer? I don't think the board, I understand, does OEGs, department, SEGs, BEGs. I don't think we need an OEG. It was thrown out, and this is going to get beat up a lot. This is a big deal with Eastside set netters, and I'll sit down, but I'm sure there's other people that would like to talk about this OEGs. There's some things in this proposal that we all agreed on under paired restrictions, gear reduction, hours, leave the hours the same, leave the gear reductions the same, and give maybe the department a few more choices to use under low king salmon abundance. But just to go and put a 15,000 OEG is just another 1,500 on top of the goal that's already there, that isn't needed. It's a buffer on a buffer. So I'm sure this will be talked a lot. And thanks for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone, whoever's nearest you with their hand up works?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Greg Brush, Kenai River Guide. I can't be the only one in here that just heard this might be good for the fish, but not for business, and isn't scratching their head. I don't know, call me naive, but if it's good for the fish, then it's good for business. That's how I see it. But anyway, yeah, the first day, let's go all the way back to the first day of testimony, public testimony. It seems to me that I heard 3.5 to 4 hours of conservation, conservation, conservation. And once in a while, there'd be a Kenai River guide that was talking about his business, and once in a while, there'd be a commercial fisherman that was talking about their business, but I kept hearing conservation. And it was a pretty resounding and fresh theme. I liked it. This, specifically the 36-inch component, is about conservation, so I want to speak on that. I'm going to let smarter people than me hash out the numbers. I'm going to let you hash out the OEG. Gary makes some points on optimum escapement goal. I will say about the OEG, if we keep hitting the low end and we miss the low end of the escapement goal repeatedly, what good are goalposts if we never make it to the middle and we never hit the middle? Really, we're just bouncing off that low end of the goalpost. So maybe an OEG's worthy of discussion. So anyway, I'm bouncing around a little bit. Back to the 36-inch component. First of all, it's a step down. Okay, that's all it is. It's not all the time. It's just a logical step down.
Okay, it's an extra tool in the toolbox for the department. I don't know why the department wouldn't want another tool in their toolbox. Okay, it provides more flexibility for Dave and the rest of his department. Okay, it's only utilized, that 36-inch component is only utilized during a period of low abundance. I had some other Kenai River guides come to me and say, well, when would you use that? When would the department use that? Last year. Last year, when we didn't even hit the low end of the escapement goal at all. We were kind of wishy-washy. We were unsure. We were unsure whether we go to catch and release. We didn't hit the low end. When would you use that? Last year. It would have been perfect. It's a perfect compromise. Fishery management is compromise. 36-inch gives the guy a fish for his barbecue. Mike Crawford wants a barbecue fish. There's a 20-pounder.
Hey, do me a favor and please refrain from referencing people by name.
Sorry. Anyway, that pretty much makes my point. Man, I drove through a snowstorm to be here, and I came up here just for the 36-inch component. Nothing else. I feel that strongly. It's a conservation measure. Maybe it won't be used for 10 years. Wouldn't that be nice if we didn't even need it? But let's put it in there and give the department the tools so they can use it if they need it. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Travis on the far side there, please. Oh, Mr. Wood.
What is, the last gentleman, what is the reasoning behind using the OEG tied to large? And I understand it's what comes out to about 34 inches. I'm not good with metrics. 28, is it? 29, okay. Why not use that same measurement when you're doing the release rather than go to a 36, a different size fish?
Well, I'm not, you'd have to ask the department that, but I think where it gets a little muddy is, Dave, correct me if I'm wrong, the department measures from one point, from the eye, whereas regulatory, we measure tip to tip. Is that not right? And maybe, I'm not even sure if I'm answering your question.
Let me ask that department that question, then we might be talking about the same fish.
Through the chair, Member Wood, I'll see if I can explain this one. So the department measures large kings. It is 75 centimeters from mid-eye to fork of tail, which equates to about a 34-inch fish when measured by an angler. The proposal seeks to set a maximum size of retention at 36-inch total length. It's the same as when measured by an angler, total length from tip of snout to tip of tail.
Would a 34-inch measured the way you do it be basically a 36-inch when measured for the whole length?
Through the
how much?
chair.
I guess how much do you lose or gain measuring it differently?
No, the reason that buffer changes is due to the snout will extend as they move through fresh water. So that's why the department measures mid-eye to tail fork. It gives us an even unit of measure, no matter which changes the fish has gone through. Just for a conversion, though, we say 34, so that's about 4 inches greater than the conversion. I wouldn't necessarily use it as a rule of thumb, though, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Payton, do you have something to contribute?
Yeah, I guess I'd ask Greg, my understanding that is what we count as a large fish past the sonar now, and that's the goal, is a 34-inch fish measured by me with a tape measure on the fishing grounds, or a lay person, roughly 34 inches. Obviously, some fish have bigger eyes and tails and that. So that being the case, Mr. Brush, would 34 inches be reasonable? I guess I'll ask the department too, because they have in their comments that there might be some weird differences in accounting and assessing the 34 between the 36. So just to get rid of confusion for everyone, the 36 should be 34 in my opinion. And I'd like to hear your thoughts on that, Greg.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Payton. My thoughts are I don't really care whether it's 34, 35, 36. It's whatever the department says, and if they're counting it as a big fish, then it would just simplify things in my mind. that's the number. The only reason that, and I can't speak for Chrissy, but I think the only reason it says 36 is we already have precedent. That's been pushed through in the early run, and it's part of the early run management plan, and we're looking for the same quote unquote big fish protection during the late run, and I'll fall on my sword on this one. You guys work the numbers. You do your magic, but let's put a small fish on the barbecue and a big fish on the spawning beds during periods of low abundance. That's what I'm talking about. Does that answer your question, sir?
It certainly does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Going to move over to Travis there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Travis Every. I'm an East Side set netter, and I'm opposed to this one. 104, I feel, in setting a 16,500 lower end OEG on this is it's basically just trying to shove more fish into a system for people to play with. I mean, that's my honest opinion. We're not continually at the lower end on this thing. If you look at how many years it took for some people way smarter than I am, for sure, they spent about 5 years coming up with this large fish goal. The immediate goal range was already stated by a previous speaker, and a buffer was put on that. In 2017, the first year that we were regulated with a large fish goal, we had 20,634 large fish for spawners that year. 2018, we had 17,285 large fish for spawners that year. And I understand we did not meet the lower end of our 13.5 last year. Nobody in this room wants to hit this goal more than me. When I'm saddled with 36-hour seasons because of these king goals, I want kings in the river. But just because we don't hit a goal one time doesn't mean we totally rewrite this entire king management plan. And I believe that's what Proposal 104 does. I'm asking the board and everybody in here, please leave these goals status quo, leave the plan alone. Give the science opportunity to work, and let's see what this goal here, the large fish goal, will bring back in future returns.
Thank you. Right in front of Travis.
Hi, my name is Christine Brandt. I'm an Eastside set netter. I'd just like to refer you to the Kenai River Late Run Chinook Salmon for 2020 outlook. The projected forecast is 22,707 fish large. So large fish.
Again, this is an example of if you would say I'm opposed to this or I support this because, that would be very helpful.
I'm so sorry. I oppose changing any of the goals for the late run king salmon.
Thank you, because that adds context quickly when you give your facts.
I
appreciate
apologize.
it. Right in front
of. Jeff Berger, 30-year resident of Nanilchik, and I'm opposed to changing anything here at this time. I think that the goals that we currently have are adequate to sustain the king salmon run. And as long as you could put all the fish you want in the river, and as long as we continue the catch and release abuse that goes on during the coho fishing in August, playing king salmon with light tackle until they're dead, you know, this run will never recover. And so, you know, if you wanted to do something to get the king salmon to recover, put in a regulation where if you hook a king salmon and when it's closed, you have to cut your line immediately, and you will see your king salmon rebound quickly.
Thank you. Does anyone have anything new to contribute? Front row.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name's John McCombs, and just for clarity, I'm opposed to this. And I'll tell you why. The drift fishery was closed last year due to a lack of king abundance. We were closed one day. I've had a proposal in here for windows in the river, and I think that when I'm in favor of parity and paired restrictions when there's paired opportunity. This is a case of no parity, and it's punitive to the set netters. I also think that kings should be protected once they get to the river where they're supposed to be spawning. And I certainly don't agree with the hook and release fishery when you're trying to protect the kings or this. So in conclusion, I would say in this case, there's no parity in paired restrictions. Thank you.
Thank you. Move right to Dave there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. We were unanimously opposed to this proposal. We want to leave it on the current goals. It's been brought up that the buffer is already built in, which it is. One issue that hadn't been brought up is the current prediction of the run size this year. There's not going to be a whole lot of fishing by any group on sockeye. So let this thing run its course and see if these kings do rebuild. Sounds like they might be in some places, but we're also very concerned on some of these others on the catch and release on the spawning beds. We've seen this same group put forward king salmon management plans for the Kenai River for a couple decades now, and a lot of their proposals have got us to where we're at here today, and we've lost all the big kings, slot limits and all this and that. So we'd recommend the board not do anything at this time. There's a lot of issues in this proposal, not just one, a lot of issues, and we kind of like to see proposals with just one issue. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move right to the side, then make our way back.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Ray Beamsdorfer. I'm the fish scientist for Kenai River Sport Fishing Association. I'd like to reference new information regarding this proposal, and I'm referencing RC 115, and that is an explanation for how we picked the numbers that were recommended for the Kenai River OEG. And so we reviewed information on the department's information on the sustainable abatement goal. That was 13.5 to 27. Big fish, that is the department's recommendation based on maximum sustained yield. That's our best estimate from the current information. Of course, the proposed OEG is 16,000 to, or 16.5 to 30. And the primary purpose of the proposed OEG is to rebuild this depleted Kenai king run in this period of low abundance. We recommended the lower goal based on, again, the department's overfishing analysis to reduce the risk of overfishing. And that lower bound was also identified to provide a buffer for management uncertainty around the lower end of the SEG. When the run is poor, we saw a really good example this year where, you know, of that, the management's a shotgun, it's not a rifle, and so we fell below. And then the upper end of the OEG was based on, was a move towards maximum sustained recruitment. We've had a lot of discussion around maximum sustained recruitment, but it was a conservative move towards that in the interest of being conservative. Thank you.
Go ahead and hold the microphone, Mr. Payton.
Thank you. Ray, I'm looking at, I think you're RC 115, I believe, on the back page. And so I was looking at the department's report, too, on where the yield profiles, and it looks like to me, so setting that lower bound of the OEG gives a higher probability on the low end of achieving MSY than the 13.1. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Mr. Payton, that is correct. The OSY, the actual OSY value is 18.5, and so the department's goal is over to the left, well to the left of that. That's correct.
Thank you.
All right. Finally, you get your chance.
Monty Roberts from Kenai River Guide. I really respect the proposer. I understand their intent. I appreciate my colleague that talked about, you know, why would we put the fish first and not our business, or our business first and not the fish first. We could make any run last until it kills itself by not using it. But the fact that we would like to harvest any available surplus in July kind of handcuffs us. This proposal with a step-down tool of 36 inches would mirror the first run. So the first run goes for approximately 60 days with very little effort. Harvest availability under 36 inches and artificial single only. And it's run that way pretty much every year since that's gone in. Under this proposal, with the way the run timing comes into the Kenai, the 25% mark of the run is approximately July 19th. So if they're unsure what's going on, they make a preseason call, say, let's be conservative, let's make it under 36, artificial only single hook. We go through 20 days of a 31-day season with the same restrictions that we've had for the previous 60 days that we couldn't get anybody to use the river on. So it would concentrate all of the effort, or could potentially concentrate all the effort on the last 10 days of that season, and that would be catastrophic. Thanks.
Thank you, Marty. Paul, I don't think you've spoke yet. And by the way, thank you for avoiding repetition so far. I think we've done a good job. If we can keep that the rest of this way, we may get done on time or close to it. I didn't want to put the pressure on you, Paul, but I might have done that. It was unintended.
Mr. Chair, I apologize if I repeat what others say. I hear it a little differently every time, and I think a little differently than most. I think everybody agree with that. Just trying to get back to the point here. Just some facts here, just the facts. This is from your table 104-3. 2019, 613 large kings harvested in the entire east side set net for the entire season. About 1,260, I think, for the in-river fishery. For the total return, or the total run, the 613 east side set net works out to about 4.047 of the total run. So just put it in perspective here. We can manage and we can look for ways to turn things. But I can remember one time when previous board members were looking at the savings of one king, and it was like 600 reds. And if they extrapolated that out for closing on the 31st, it was 500,000 to 600,000 reds. So there's a real proportion here. I think it needs to be understood. There hasn't been 1 year where the set net harvest of kings versus the harvest of sockeye is any near 1%. I mean, that's how low we are. We're trying to infinitely surgically remove our access to one fishery at the same time letting the opportunity of the other one go by. So clearly, we're talking about sizes, and I asked the department this several times, and we had arguments at our AC. Comes out to 75 centimeters, that's mean eye to fork, which means the middle of the fork to the middle of the eye. That's 29.5 inches in conversion. So you add a little bit for the snout on a female maybe on a male it's 36, maybe it's on a female it's 34. So to clear up that idea. But my main point here is when the department, they're looking at the sonar and they're doing a measurement. The reason they went to the large king gull was to separate from the sockeye. Well, the sockeye, a 6-year-old Kenai sockeye, which is a pretty darn good long fish, is at most, overall length, 28.5 inches. So you have a disparity there of about 7.5 inches, somewhere in there, that is between the two. Well, is that significant? Yeah, it is, because that's the portion of the harvest, that's the portion of the run where the majority of 4-year-olds come in. And 4-year-olds are the dominant return of the Kenai king, or at least comparable. So in the big king gull, we're looking at 5 and 6, and no doubt the fecundity is very high with those. But at the same time, in the harvest, it's those kings that are smaller that aren't being counted at the sonar that was really important to the old goals or the old enumeration when we're talking about the run overall historically. So we're kind of apples and oranges and a few lemons again. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I'm going to try to wind this up right behind you, that gentleman. We're approaching 40 minutes.
I'm going fast. I always go fast. Joe Haynes, Kenai River Guides. We're opposed to the OEG, being that high it results in a kind of a lot of fishing time. We like, you know, if you have a lot of fish, it's not a factor. But second of all, we're opposed to the 36-inch, except for is maybe the department or maybe you guys would want to consider, if people don't like catch and release, that the fishery uses the 36-inch as the final step down before closure. So you don't go 36 and then catch and release and then closure. You go 36-inch and then just closure. The difference between the two is not very many fish. I don't think the department can even measure that. You know, it'd be a very small amount, but another option to consider.
Oh, jeez. I think it's going to get really hard to not repeat anything or provide any information that has already been spoken about in public testimony or that we already have previously. So I'm going to be, only keep your hand up if you've got something new to say, and I'm going to hold you to 30 seconds. Go ahead. Joel.
Well, I'm not Joel. Obviously, I don't have the same hairdo. But anyway, Ken Coleman, Vice President, Kenai Peninsula Fishermen's Association. It's a local set netter group, and we unanimously oppose this. I would say, I would get a bit redundant. We have tried to chase a goal here over the last several years, and we've not been able to see what the tangible results of that are. As a group, and certainly, or at least components of our group, have done a lot of, at great time and expense to ourselves, find ways to minimize our gear so that we can, and we heard the word conservative thrown around, to pass those fish to the river. And in fact, many of us are trying to do something much more affirmative than that could include a gear reduction fleet-wide. So at any rate, I appreciate your time, and I'll hopefully I didn't get more than 30 seconds.
Joel, please.
Yeah, I think you were talking about Amber here.
Oh, I couldn't, I'm sorry, Joel. I just saw a hand by you.
Hi, Amber, Eastside Set Netter. I submitted RC 114 just to give a little bit of context of the history of paired restrictions since it went into in play in 2014. On the second page shows our hours and what we have actually fished during these paired restrictions. And I think it's important to point out that in 2012, we had a one-day season in the Kenai section. In 2018, we had a 3-day season and a 5-day season. An OEG would for sure give us a 0-day season. We're not asking for the moon here, but what we're asking for is a little opportunity in hope that we can get a little time. And so I don't think we need a buffer on a buffer when livelihoods are at stake. And so I ask you to support the science that went along with this large fish. There's a lot of time put into it, and stand behind your department. Thank you.
Right there in the blue. I'm not going to let anyone who spoke speak again at this point. I need to give the proposer
Greg Johnson,
one last chance.
Greg Johnson, Eastside Set Netter. I'm opposed to this, and I'm opposed to the OEG element. But something that hasn't been discussed and is new is the concept of the step down and the ability of the department to harvest sockeye. Now, goal number 1 is to meet this goal in the king salmon plan, so I don't want to confuse what I'm saying here. Anyway, so in the plan there, it talks about reducing to 600 feet. Well, that's about a 97 or a 94% reduction in our gear. So that's a pretty conservative move. And then just as an example, I brought up in public testimony, but this is tuned up. In 11, we caught 1.2 million fish in 1 week. In that week, we used 95 hours to do that. And in this instance, maximum production under the current, or maximum hours under the current plan under catch and release is 24 hours. So that's about 900,000 just by math, foregone fish. Now those are going to go directly to escapement once they escape our fishery. So the big point here is give the department some tools to harvest these fish as making the goal, or prioritizing making the goal in this Kenai River for Chinook.
Thank you. In the back, we're going to make our way forward and finish up after that.
Thank you, Mark Wackler. I'm a Kenai River guide, and I speak for myself today. No matter what happens, I just support putting more big king salmon in the rivers. I think no matter what, some of these folks in the room say here today, if you were to ask Alaskans, just your regular everyday Alaskan, they would all say, not all say, but by a landslide they would say, they want to see more big king salmon in the river. And so when you take the user groups away and you take the special interests away, it's really about the fish, and it's about providing fish into this special river that has become not quite as special. I also really support that 36-inch rule. I think that's really important and just a logical in-between. Right now we have a red light, we have a green light, and we have no yellow light. And to try to give fishery managers that tool is really important. I think I was disappointed in the last board cycle that something similar didn't come through for the second run. We saw that it could have been used in the last July, yet it wasn't in the toolbox. So walking away from this board cycle without it would be really disappointing, I think. I'll keep it short, so thank you.
You're already past being short.
Oh, can I add one more thing
Give
here?
you 10 seconds.
I heard a couple people talk about catch and release, and I think no one's mentioned, that the catch and release mortality studies show that, it's single digits, it's very minimal, and that's important to consider. It's an important management tool.
Thank you. Ms. Mellinger, were you raising your hand?
Thank you. I'm Kristen Mellinger, Soldotna, Alaska. I'm speaking in support of this proposal, and I'm speaking on behalf of the barely 11,000 fish that made it into the river last year. Since 2008, we haven't had spawners equal to the median of the last 32 years. In 2013, the goal was lowered. In 2016, the goal was changed. In 2019, we met an all-time low. I think if there is any year that we need a buffer on a buffer, this is the time. I cannot ride this run into the ground, not under my watch. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could bring the microphone up front. There's one hand up front. That's going to finish it up, other than the proposer's opportunity to make a final statement.
Hello, Andy Couch. I'll give you my personal perspective. I believe that 36-inch tool could be very important. I think it could be very important for keeping everybody open. And as you look through the proposals, there's a 36-inch rule for each user group. If these are the fish we're counting as escapement, and we can keep that number up and keep everybody fishing, I think that's a win. It may be, I agree with the concept that Joe gave of the step down. I'm a fishing guide myself, not on the Kenai River, but any time I take people out and they can harvest a fish, and especially when fishing is slow, and that's when you'd likely use this 36-inch deal, people are going to keep a fish. Some people are going to keep a fish, and you've taken some effort off the river, because when you keep a king salmon, you're required, you're not allowed to fish on a boat for king salmon anymore. You ride along. So anyway, I think that's real important.
Thank you. If you want to go ahead and hand the microphone right in front of you, and we're going to close out with that.
Mr. Chairman, Kevin Delaney, Kenai River Sport Fishing Association. This is a conservation proposal at its heart. We have 4 pieces to it. It's a very complex fishery, and it links into other complex fisheries. We could have put 4 proposals together instead of putting it all in one, but we wanted the board and the public to take a look at the comprehensive approach that we're suggesting. As I discuss this with people, and we're doing a lot of that, by the way, set netters and guides, we're breaking it down into the individual parts and looking at them individually. And so one of the things that I would ask the board to consider is, as they look at this proposal, look at those individual parts, look at the progress we might be able to make as stakeholders in
in compromising and negotiating and still coming up with a solid conservation plan. And don't be afraid of the complexity. It's such an important species. And I want to really thank you for your time so far, and thank you in advance for the effort I know we're going to put into this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. The department, please move on to 114.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 114 would amend the Kenai River Lake Run King Salmon Management Plan by establishing an optimal escapement goal of 15,500 to 27,000 large king salmon, adding a 36-inch minimum size of retention step-down management action, and pairing any size restrictions taken in the sport fishery to the personal use fishery. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is the proposer present? If not, would someone like to speak in support of this? Would someone like to speak in opposition to this? In the very back of the room by the entrance over there, Travis.
Travis Every, Eastside Set Netter. I just wanted to reference RC 115 when it comes to increasing these goals at all in the goal range, which I am opposed to. I believe the current goal is right where we should be. If you look at RC 115 where it says optimum yield profile, basically anything above the 13.5 to 27 produces reduced yields. If we're talking conservation, why would we want to change a goal that could possibly impact future yields and bring us back fewer large kings? Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we will move on to the next one. Would the department speak to the next proposal, please?
Mr. Chair, we have group proposals 105 and 106 as they're identical. May I address them together?
I'm sorry, what was the last part you just said?
I would like to address these together if that's all right.
That's fine, please.
So proposals 105 and 106 would increase the Kenai River Lake Run King Salmon Sustainable Escapement Goal range to 15,000 to 35,000 large king salmon. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Do I have a proposer of either of these present? Do I have anyone else who would like to speak on that? In the back?
Yeah, Josh Hayes, Cooper Landing AC, Proposal 106. At this time, the AC would not like to speak to this proposal.
Right there.
Mike Crawford, Kenai AC. Like I spoke earlier on the previous proposal, we'd offer an amendment because we think he meant to say OEG on this proposal, being that you guys can't do an SEG, so we like the OEG language in that proposal on 105 as an AC.
Thank you. Thank you for the notification. We can do that. Anyone else? Okay. Department, moving on, please. Next proposal.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 116. This would amend the Kasilof Early Run and Kenai Early Run King Salmon Management Plan to close the sport fishery if the sustainable escapement goal has not been achieved by June 10th or is not projected to be achieved by June 15th. Additionally, this would amend the Kenai River Lake Run King Salmon Management Plan to close the sport fishery if the SEG has not been achieved by July 19th or is not projected to be achieved by July 23rd. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Do we have the proposer here wanting to speak on this? Do we have anyone in support of it that would like to speak on it? Do we have anyone in opposition who would like to speak on it? Seeing none, moving on to the next proposal.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 108. Proposal 108 would modify the paired restrictive provisions of the Kenai River Lake Run King Salmon Management Plan by reducing the number of hours in the upper subdistrict set gillnet fishery may be opened. Mr. Chair.
Do we have a representative here that would like to speak on it? Okay, Marty, right there.
Joe Haynes, it's already been covered. We'd like to withdraw our proposal, please. Joe Haynes, we'd like to withdraw the Guide Association's proposal. It's already been covered, please.
Thank you. Okay, the department, please move to the next proposal.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 111. This would remove all paired restrictive provisions in the Kenai River Lake Run King Salmon Management Plan in the upper subdistrict east side Sitnet Fishery, Drift Gillnet Commercial Salmon Fisheries of Upper Cook Inlet.
Thank you. Is Ms. McGann here to speak on this? Is anyone else here to speak in support of this? Is anyone here to speak in opposition? In the front row, Dave, are you going to speak in support of it or just speak?
I'm going to speak on behalf of the Central Peninsula Advisory Committee, David Martin. We unanimously supported this proposal. We felt that this gets back to the managers managing using EO authority to base on abundance. We've seen time and time again the paired restrictions restrict the areas of the beach and even the drifters when there's harvestable surplus available, but yet the managers can't use the flexibility to harvest those because of the paired restrictions. So we forego harvestable surplus. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other comments on this? Seeing none, moving to the next proposal. Would you go ahead and address the next proposal? 149.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 149 would prohibit catch and release fishing for king salmon on the Kenai River. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is Mr. McCombs here to speak on behalf of this?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is John McCombs, and I'm for this proposal. I've seen over the years a lot of measures to protect the Kenai king salmon, and yet I see hook and release as a failed recovery strategy, and I just don't believe that the kings are being protected once they get in the river. So that's my statement on hook and release. I don't believe in it, and I think it's harmful to the fish. And eventually, I think the mortality has been extremely downplayed. There's two things that a king salmon does when it's hooked and released: rolls over on its side and swims downriver because it doesn't have the strength to swim upriver against the current, and then it's hooked and released again. These fish don't spawn, and lots of them die. And the fish in the Kenai River are getting fewer and they're getting smaller, and I can't understand why they aren't protected more once they get to the river. And I'm going to turn the mic over to somebody else now. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Right there. Got a question for you if you want to hold on to the microphone. Mr. Payton.
No, sorry, not for you, John, but for the department. When I was looking through all this data, and it's a little slow to me, so I'm going to go back to King goals. Sorry about it. But in the recent King goals on, Yinton and all that, we had the three profiles: the overfishing, then the optimum yield profile, and then the optimum recruit profile in the new reports. And in the 2017 Fleischman-Reimer report for the early run, there's three profiles: optimum yield, overfishing, and optimum recruit. And I'm just curious, I just looked through that report. On the late run Kenai King, though, there's not that recruit profile. So I was wondering if I could the board be provided with that optimum recruit profile. And I know it might take some time to figure out, but it was just kind of strange how all these recent King goals have the three profiles, and maybe that one just got left out of the report on late run Kings, since it was in the early run, on the early run Kings. It'd be insightful information, I think, for the board moving forward.
Mr. Chair, through the chair, Mr. Payton, I do believe we can get that. We would need some time.
Yeah, I'm not expecting it right now, but thank you.
Thank you for getting that. Dan? Thank you, John.
Thank you, Dan Anderson. I'm speaking on behalf of the Homer AC. I just want to make sure that you look at our comments on these type of proposals again. And then Dan Anderson as an individual. I think I expressed it more than one occasion to you people that I do participate in the saltwater, in the Chinook fishery. I enjoy it. I can tell you, it's not that often when I dip that fish, at least in the saltwater. I don't go in the freshwater. I leave them spawning beds alone. I'm not going there. That's taboo to me. But in the freshwater, in the saltwater, when I land that fish, he ain't got that much juice left in him. So I just can't think that success of that fish spawning and the stress associated. And you can do all the studies you want to do, and you can take the same set of books, 3 different accountants, you come up with 3 different answers. So all the studies, to me, that's what I see with studies. So all I can study is what I see in front of me. That fish has got some vibrancy in the fresh saltwater yet, but it's still not what it was before he decided to grab my, or she decided to grab my bait. So I'll leave it go at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Back with the, right there.
Yeah, Josh Hayes, I'm Kenai River Guide. Practicing catch and release is a large part of my operation. The mortality rates without bait is something that's been extensively studied, especially in cold water. I would express some concerns with the current regime we saw of temperatures last year, and I would agree that that may come into a factor in future years, but I would like to express my experience that I actually operate at this level very, very often and see very little mortality rate or behavior in fish such as my colleague is addressing in the freshwater.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? All right, Dave, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, thank you, David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. We supported this proposal, but it was a split vote of 7-2, and it would have been unanimous, but the 2 opposed. If this went into effect where they're prohibited catch and release, then with the paired restrictions in place, the beach would be closed, and that was the opposition to it. If you maintained the paired restrictions, and it would close the beach if this catch and release was prohibited. We also questioned the catch and release mortality that the department uses of 8%. It was brought up by somebody that the Columbia River mouth, they use a 20% catch and release mortality. And we questioned some of the study on how many days the fish was followed once it was released. A lot of times they'll swim off, but that doesn't mean that they're going to survive. And not everybody used the best practices. It was brought up YouTube or on videos you've seen on sports shows, people holding the king up above their head and then putting it in the water and releasing it. And even though it's illegal, it happens. Not everybody does it the way they're supposed to. So we question that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Right there, and I think we'll close out with that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike Crawford, Kenai Soldotna Fish and Game Advisory Committee. When we were discussing this, and we voted against this 2-11, and we had Fish and Game staff there that quoted some study numbers to us, and it seemed to be pretty consistent over the years, the same numbers on the survival rates on catch and release in king salmon. And one of the notes they had was that study that they referred to was, I believe, involved treble hooks and bait. When we're at catch and release, mandatory catch and release at least, we're single hook, no bait. So maybe the department could clear that up, but I'm sure it's the same study that they're going to refer to that they read to us.
Thank you. Mr. McCombs, do you have any final comments in response to anything that's been said?
Yeah, I just think hook and release is a very poor way of trying to rebuild the run of fish, and I think I still disagree with some of the statistics for mortality. And I think it's, there again, I think there's no parity in paired restrictions when there's a hook and release fishery being prosecuted in the river and the set netters are closed, and that they're foregoing a sockeye harvest at the same time. So thank you, sir.
Thank you for that. We will move on to the next proposal, 171. Department staff, please.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 171 would amend the Kenai River personal use bag limit for king salmon to 1 king salmon less than 36 inches in length. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Can we get the proposer to speak on this? Anyone to speak on this in support of it? Anyone to speak in opposition? Seeing none. Okay. Mr. Crawford.
Sorry, somebody's got to say something. We offered an amendment on this to, I think there's a 20-inch and under part in the regulations that wasn't addressed. Wanted to leave that in place and then make sure they count it as a salmon on your personal use permit. So, and we were opposed to keeping larger kings in the personal use fishery.
Thank you. With that, we will move to the next proposal. Department staff, proposal 196, please.
Mr. Chair, I have proposal 80 is next, is that correct?
Yeah, 80 is next. We took up 196 in Committee 1, so 80 would be next.
Okay, go ahead. That.
Proposal 80, this proposal would prohibit retention of king salmon greater than 36 inches in Upper Cook Inlet commercial gillnet fisheries, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Do we have the proposer here to speak on that? Do we have anyone here to speak in support of it? Anyone to speak in opposition? In the very back, Gary? I'm sorry. Since you're by Mr. Crawford, go ahead and make it a little more efficient.
Mr. Chairman, Mike Crawford, Kenai Fishing Game Advisory Committee, we're unanimous against this, 0 to 14. Didn't see where it was feasible for in a commercial fishery like that, where it would be easy, simple, or very good to release those fish.
Thank you. Gary in the back, please.
Yeah, thank you, Gary Hullier, Eastside Set Netter, just on the record opposed to this. Be pretty hard to do in our fishery. You know, a lot of fishermen, myself, and around me have already gone to these 29 mesh deep nets to try to conserve king salmon. We roll out, some fishermen roll out live kings. So this would be a tough thing to implement, so just be opposed to that. Thank you.
Right there in front of you.
Gary Diamond, Eastside Set Netter. It'd be really hard to do, but I'll tell you what my program is we've cut all our nets down. A third of our nets are 24 meshes deep. The others are 29s. But my program is we're on our nets all the time. I'm letting every live king go.
Thank you. Over to the side and then.
Dan Billman, Northern District Set Netters Association, representing them for this proposal. We, as a group, are opposed to this. We are a targeted king salmon fishery. This, if it were adopted, would need to have some clarification on which fisheries it applies to throughout, because there's a big river fishery that catches kings also. So this would be hard to work out. How would you measure the fish? What do you do if the fish is dead when it comes in because of other reasons? So for many reasons, we are opposed to this.
Thank you. Go ahead and go back and then come up to Mr. McCombs.
Thank you, Brent Johnson. I agree that it would be pretty hard to measure fish, to decide what to release and not to release. You can't release dead ones. But what I would really like to see is, I would like to see some kind of a program where people who release fish get some kind of a reward for doing so, because it is not an across the fleet common standard thing that happens. And I would like to help you get the king salmon escapement. The folks in the river's got their own little problems. You work on that, but I'm going to do my part. And if you could help me give some kind of an incentive, I don't know what it is, but we could put our heads together and figure something out, I would think.
Hold the microphone. I have a question for you. Are you aware of such a program anywhere in the country?
Of course not, but that don't mean that we'd have to tap one.
Well, I'm just asking for
No,
a cheating.
I'm sure not.
Starting,
All I know,
a running start here. That's all, Brent. Thank you.
I don't know of one. We'd be breaking new ground. Every once in a while, something is invented.
I understand you're very good at that, so I appreciate that, and
that.
I like the initiative.
About 50% of the kings that we catch, I've been able to successfully release, and I tagged some of them, found out that they made it by those, whatever they call, nylon curtains to the river.
Thank you. If you would make your way to the front, I think, Mr. McCombs, you still have something?
Thank you, Chairman. My name is John McCombs, and clearly I'm opposed to this. I just don't think it's a practical regulation for reasons already stated. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. With that, we will move to the next proposal. Staff, go ahead and announce that.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 84 would require a king salmon over 20 inches that is netted from a vessel in fresh waters of the Kenai Peninsula to be released immediately without returning to shore. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We have the proposer here that'd like to speak on this. Do we have anyone here who'd like to speak in support?
So I'm Monty Roberts, Kenai River Guide. The proposer just walked out, but in discussions with him, the purpose behind this proposal is to start the discussion about best practices in ethically releasing king salmon. We understand that it's a very tough to enforce regulation. It comes with some safety concerns. We want to make sure that the boat operators are safe, the fish is safe, and so it's tough to implement, but he wanted to start the discussion, so this is his attempt.
Thank you for sharing that. Appreciate that, Marty. All right, no one but Monty want to speak? Anyone else? Oh, sorry, Mr. Crawford there.
Yes, sir. Mike Crawford, Kenai Fishing Game Advisory Committee. We like this proposal the way it was written, but we offered an amendment maybe to clean it up just a little bit. And I guess I should have RC'd this, but it is in our minutes. And that bold line he's got on there, it should, in our opinion, it should say any king salmon landed must be released immediately, and the full length of the fish must stay in contact with the water. And what the problem is there's been a growing group, or I don't want to pick anybody out, but they're spending a lot of time with a fish in a net, taking it to the beach, getting out of the boat, holding the fish for pictures, and it's got some people upset. So that's what this proposal, where this proposal is coming from. And I can't disagree with the intent of this is we should be letting this fish go right, and like Monty said, best practice procedures, obviously a little education from Fish and Game on catch and release, how to do it right, and dragging it to the beach in a net to take a picture isn't the right way to do it, and that's what this proposal is all about.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. We also supported this proposal 8-0. Not very often we support a proposal by this author, so this is kind of a unique situation here, but it also addresses our concerns on the catch and release mortality that's been brought up before. We think it's low. One thing that's not mentioned is the lactic acid buildups in these fish, and that's what happens under the current practice where they are allowed to drag it to shore or spend extra time on the line in the net or whatever. So whatever method we can do to reduce the catch and release mortality, that be cut the line right away or release it right away, the sooner the better for the fish. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCombs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John McCombs. I'm in favor of this proposal. I think it's a good one, and and I hope the author will try and support one of my proposals in the future. Thank you.
Right behind Monty.
Yeah, Josh Hayes, Kenai River Guide. This proposal's already in regulation. I don't feel like we should discuss it any further. Myself, as Kenai River Guides, I think we all know that best practices are best practices, and we should follow the law.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move to the next proposal.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 107. This would allow the use of bait and retention of king salmon greater than 36 inches as a management option to the Kenai River Late Run King Salmon Management Plan from Slycock Creek upstream to Ski Lac Lake after July 15th, when the escapement goal range is projected to be exceeded. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Do we have either of the proposal?
Yes, my name is Ted Wellman. I propose this. I've been fishing the Kenai River for, believe it or not, 68 years. And I'd like to have an opportunity, if the abundance is there, to get back the way we used to fish kings all throughout the river without restriction, but only if we have the abundance. That's the sole purpose, to decrease crowding on the lower river. It's gotten so bad on the lower parts of the river that I won't go to there to fish anymore. But if we've got the fish, let's let the fishing be spread out and limit some of these regulations, which you have to be an attorney to understand half the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, right there, Monty.
Monty Roberts, Kenai River Guide. I support the expansion of the fishery above the Slycock closure in times of over the top end of the goal. It would relieve a lot of the pressure from congestion. There are season-long spawning closures put in by the board that protect the habitat that the staging kings are on for the most part. That could be looked at and expanded possibly, but there's some opportunity there that in times of abundance could be used.
Thank you. Right there in the front, please.
Mr. Chairman, Kevin Delaney, Kenai River Sport Fishing Association. We oppose this proposal in the Middle River, which is what we and everybody else calls that section above Slycock Creek up to Ski Lac Lake. The king salmon regulations are a product of the hard-fought early run king salmon management plan. And in an effort to conserve that species and in a sense create a recovery plan for that species, a compromise agreement was come to that once a king salmon passes Slycock Creek, gets into the Middle River, that the only exploitation would be fish under 36 inches and bait would be prohibited. If we were to take a look at that now in any other light, it would go back on a hard-fought compromise that was adopted 3 years ago that we still very strongly support. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none. Does the proposer want one more chance to say anything? I don't think much has been said since. Good, thank you. So we'll move on to the next proposal.
Proposal 110, this proposal would modify the paired restrictive provisions in the Kenai River Late Run King Salmon Management Plan so that the east side set net fishery would be limited to no more than 48 hours of fishing time per week with gear restriction options, only if the use of bait and retention of king salmon are prohibited in the Kenai River King Salmon Sport Fishery. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay.
Travis Every, this was my proposal, but maybe I messed up because I withdrew this proposal.
Thank you. Proposal withdrawn. Okay, we'll move to the next proposal.
Proposal 112, this proposal will remove the option to restrict gear in the upper sub-district fishery. Mr. Chair.
We have the proposer here, Representative Right there. Okay, Paul?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. There's twofold to put this in, this proposal. One was that once it was put in place, there was discussion at that regulatory meeting that there would be some surveys, some analysis, something to determine that there was, in fact, a savings using the 29 mesh deep gear. The studies that were used to implement the 29 mesh gear was reputed by the department in a letter, and that came out of regulatory meetings. So the question is, if there is a big savings from the 29, then I would like to see that substantiated, but it apparently is not. I'm not questioning the authority of the board or the department to implement days, restrictions, hours, and numbers of nets. That's within your purvey. I have nothing to say about that as conservation tools. It's just the use of the 29 is not substantiated by any current science, and there hasn't been any surveys since they implemented it. And number two, on the 29, from my observations of using the 29, and I use all types of gear, it hasn't been efficient for me at all. I don't notice any difference for king salmon, but I do notice a huge difference for sockeye to where I'm fishing. And I think that when you're fishing something that really, when you fish 4-inch or 5-inch gear, and you multiply it times 29, and then you take about 2/3 of that off because that's a stretched mesh number. And when you hang it in considerably so the head of the fish will go through. You're not fishing more than 4.5 feet, or 5 feet. When the tide runs, whether it's 45 or 29 mesh deep, with further studies by the Kantama group, they only open up 1 to 2 feet for any type of tide. So the only thing it takes away is the bag and the net and your ability to harvest as many sockeye as you can when they are available. So when we're in a restricted time, at 48, 36, or even more egregious, 12 or 24, for 1 or 2 periods a week, my thought is, if you're going to restrict me to 1 or 2 nets, that let me fish the most efficient gear I think is necessary to do as much as I can under that restriction. So if there is a continuation of hours, then I would consider something like the gear. But right now, you've taken 1/3 of my gear away, and if you take another net, that's another 1/3. And I don't see it with the hours in place if that's really making the savings that we necessarily need and want. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Anyone else have any comments right there in the back? Amber?
Amber Every, Eastside Set Netter. 2012, we had dinner with Commissioner Campbell, and at the closure, she said, Amber, we have no additional step downs for you. It's an open or close. So a group of us, many of us sitting in this room, came to the 2014 Board of Fish and sought other step down methods. And it's been a heartache amongst all our user group, but a lot of time and effort and went into putting in these step downs so that we can minimize our catch while sockeye are abundant. And so I would like to see those remain. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
Yeah, thank you. Gary Heller, you said set netter, switched over 29 mesh gear. Anecdotally, I think I'm saving 50% kings and catching 80% reds. Like I said, I like catching reds, and I don't catch any reds with 45 meshes or 29 meshes running on the rack. I need to fish some gear. I think this is a king savings in time of low abundance. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, we'll move to the next proposal. Oh. Paul, you want to make a comment?
Well, don't I get a chance to
I'll let you.
at the end? Thank you.
Keep it succinct, please.
Okay, I will.
Thank you.
So, there's considerations for every fisherman because location is everything for set netters. So, in the particular places that the previous individuals are fishing in, those are high interception areas of king salmon. So, if there might be savings in that area, I don't know. I'm just speaking the perspective of being a South K Beach fisherman on the mudflats and what it does for my efficiency. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. All right, we will move to the next proposal.
Proposal 109, this proposal would allow the department to independently set fishing hours in the Kenai and Kasilof section set gillnet fishery when the Kenai River king salmon sport fishery is restricted. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Paul?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I'll try to get this going here. This proposal we've submitted several times, at one time as a group, and now as an individual group, an individual. So what we're trying to see here is, and I spoke to it in my testimony, is we're not trying to take time away from the other areas. One's the Kasilof or Kenai area. So we would consider it to be paired. There would be a necessity to make sure that the other area receives the same amount of allotted time. Otherwise, this proposal doesn't work whatsoever. So currently, I said about 66% of the fisheries in the Kasilof section, the east side, and about 34 in the other. Actually, for king salmon restrictions, where this would play, the east Boulder Point section is open. So it's about 75% of that east side fishery would be closed or open, and 25% would be open, closed or open. So the idea is to make sure you're going to have surgical openings, especially if the hours are reduced for the king salmon restriction. Simple as that.
Thank you, Paul. Does anyone want to right behind Paul?
Greg Johnson, Eastside Set Netter. Actually, I fish. I'm the first set net site north of the Blanchard line in the Kenai section. So I understand the principles put forth in this proposal, but there's one potential hazard to people north of the line, and that is, since paired restrictions, there's been discussion of staggered starts to make the most out of tides, and so far it really hasn't been utilized. And one of the reasons that it's being fought is because, for example, the middle of this room is, if this is the Kasilof section over here, and if they were to open 2 hours early, or they were to open and start fishing, and then 2 hours later to 3 hours later, for tide considerations north, Mr. Mariski would fish forward, then that water's been fished, and significant reduction in the available sockeye exists. So I've experienced this numerous times fishing north of that line. 2008, we had a second largest period during that season, and the people south fished through the night, and I opened up, and on my very expensive beach nets, 3 of them together, I caught 28 salmon, where I should have caught probably 600 because it was a very good day. Anyway, so relative to staggered start, I would be in opposition to this proposal.
Thank you. Any other comments? Right in front, Mr. Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. We unanimously support this proposal. As you read in the proposal, it says it may be treated independently. This gives the biologists the flexibility to use their EO authority to either open it or close it. So kind of takes it back to abundance-based management and gives another tool for the department to use instead of just the paired restrictions where they're closed along with everybody else, and help harvest some of the resource. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Paul, you have one more thing to say?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an attempt to do surgical management by statistical area because the areas are different. Just like the board felt in their wisdom at the end of the season to implement the 1% based on the areas. This is exactly the same concept. It's trying to target and trying to be more efficient and to consider conservation. So implementation would not be as a daily back-to-back situation. What I'm looking at is a really disastrous situation. The Kasilof it peaks around the 16th of July, and the Kenai peaks around the 21st of July. So I would perceive some kind of opening maybe in the second week or before the first quartile where the kings are considered for the Kasilof area, and then I would consider an opening for the 25% less when the kings are numerous, abundant on their beaches in the last week of July and the first week of August. Thanks.
Thank you. We're going to move to the next proposal.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 115. This would allow the use of bait in the Kenai River king salmon sport fishery when the fishery is restricted to catch and release. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We have the proposer here or representative to speak in support of this. Mr. McCombs, you want to speak? Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is John McCombs, and for the sake of expediency, I'm just going to refer to my previous testimony. I'm opposed to hook and release. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments? There you go.
Monty Roberts, Kenai River Guide. I am opposed to this. I understand the proposer's intent and wanting to be able to catch fish when the water conditions go bad, but it's just not a good practice. The fish get hooked much deeper with bait than they would with artificial only, and I couldn't support this.
Thank you. Mr. Crawford, you have?
Yes, sir. Kenai Soldotna Fish Game Advisory Committee, Mike Crawford, we were unanimous against this proposal. So if we're a catch and release, we're not supposed to be catching that many. We're in a restricted situation, so there you go.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Martin.
One last one means it's the last one. David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. We're opposed to this because if you're into the catch and release method, you're to conserve fish. And it's known through the studies that bait is a higher mortality in catch and release mortality.
Thank you. With that, right, Andy.
I would suggest you might ask for unanimous consent on this one.
Thank you for your suggestion. And with that, unless I'm missing anything, that concludes group number 4. Mr. Chair.
Great job, Mr. Godfrey. Thank you so much. We will see everyone tomorrow morning at 8:30 and start on board deliberations on group number 3. Thank you. Have a good evening.